Pillars of Creation by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 119. Oba was a little bewildered. Lethea was dead. There was no other sorceress anywhere close, none that he knew of anyway, who could provide his mother's medicine or his cure. He obediently turned his palm up anyway. "Look at it," she commanded, dropping the coin into his hand. Oba held it out to the light of the doorway, scrutinizing it with care. He knew she expected him to find something. What, he didn't know. He turned it over as he cautiously stole a glance at her. He carefully inspected the other side, but still saw nothing out of the ordinary.
"Yes, Mama?"
"Notice anything unusual about it, Oba?"
"No, Mama."
"It doesn't have a scratch along the edge." Oba puzzled that over for a moment, then looked again at the coin, this time carefully inspecting the edge.
"No, Mama."
"That's the coin you gave back to me." Oba nodded, having no reason to doubt her.
"Yes, Mama. The coin you gave me for Lethea. But I told you Lethea died in the fire, so I couldn't buy your medicine. That's why I gave you your coin back."
Her hot glare was murderous, but her voice was arrestingly cool and collected. "It isn't the same coin, Oba." Oba grinned.
"Sure it is, Mama."
"The coin I gave you had a mark on the edge. A mark I put there." Oba's grin withered as his mind raced. He tried to think of what to say, what he could say, that she would believe. He couldn't contend that he put the coin in a pocket and then pulled out a different coin when he gave it back to her, because he never had any money of his own. She knew very well that he didn't have any money. She wouldn't allow it. She thought he was no good, and that he might waste it. But he had money now. He had all the money from Lethea, a fortune. He remembered hurriedly gathering up all the coins that had spilled from Lethea's pocket, including the coin he'd only just given her. When he later set aside a coin to return to his mother, he hadn't known that she had marked the one she'd given him. Oba had the bad luck of returning a different coin than the one she had originally given him.
"But, Mama, are you sure? Maybe you only thought you marked the coin. Maybe you forgot."
She slowly shook her head. "No, I marked it so that if you spent it on drinking or on women, I would know, because I could go look for it if I had to and see what you had done." The conniving bitch. She didn't even trust her own son. What kind of mother was she, anyway? What proof did she have other than a missing tiny scratch on the edge of a coin? None. The woman was a lunatic.
"But, Mama, you must be wrong. I don't have any money. You know I don't. Where would I get a different coin?"
"That's what I'd like to know." Her eyes were frightening. He could hardly breathe under their blistering scrutiny. Her voice, though, remained composed. "I told you to buy medicine with that money."
"How could I? Lethea died. I gave you your coin back."
She looked so broad and powerful standing there before him, like an avenging spirit in the flesh come to speak for the dead. Maybe Lethea's spirit had returned to tell on him. He hadn't considered that possibility. That would be just like the troublesome sorceress. She was sneaky. This might be just what she had done, intent on denying him his importance, his due prestige. "Do you know why I named you Oba?"
"No, Mama."
"It's an ancient Daharan name. Did you know that, Oba?"
"No, Mama."
His curiosity got the best of him.
"What does it mean?"
"It means two things. Servant and king. I named you Oba, hoping you might someday be a king, and if not, then you would at least be a servant of the Creator. Fools are rarely made kings. You will never be a king. That was just a silly dream of a new mother. That leaves servant. Who do you serve, Oba?" Oba knew very well who he served. In so doing, he had become invincible. "Where did you get this coin, Oba?"
"I told you, Mama, I couldn't get your medicine because Lethea had died in the fire at her place. Maybe the mark on your coin rubbed off against something in my pocket." She seemed to consider his words. "Are you sure, Oba?" Oba nodded, hoping that maybe he was at last turning her mind away from the coin mix-up. "Of course, Mama. Lethea died. That's why I gave you your coin back. I couldn't get your medicine."
His mother lifted an eyebrow. "Really, Oba?" She slowly drew her hand from the pocket of her dress. He couldn't see what it was she had, but he was relieved that he was finally bringing her around.
That's right, Mama. Lethea was dead.
He found he liked saying that.
Really, Oba? You couldn't get the medicine. You wouldn't lie to your mother, would you, Oba?
He shook his head emphatically.
No, Mama.
Then what's this?
She turned over her hand and held out the bottle of medicine Lethea had given him before he had dealt with her.
I found this in your jacket pocket, Oba.
Oba stared at the cursed bottle, at the troublesome sorceress's revenge. He should have killed the woman right off before she gave him the telltale bottle of medicine. He had completely forgotten that he had put it in a pocket of his jacket, intending to toss it in the woods on his way home that night. What with all the important new things he had been learning, he had completely forgotten about the cursed bottle of medicine.
Well, I think it must be an old bottle.
An old bottle? It's full.
Her razor-edged voice was back.
How did you manage to get a bottle of medicine from a woman who was dead, in her house that had already burned down? How, Oba? And how is it that you gave me back a different coin than the one I gave you to pay with? How?
She took a step closer.
How, Oba?
Oba backed a step. He couldn't pull his eyes away from the cursed cure. He couldn't look up into his mother's fierce eyes. If he did, he just knew she would wither him to tears under her deadly glare.
Well,
Well, I what, Oba? Well, I what, you filthy bastard boy? You worthless, lazy, lying bastard boy. You wretched, scheming, vile bastard boy, Oba Shulk.
Oba's eyes turned up. He was right. She had him fixed in her deadly glare. But he had become invincible.
Oba Rawl, he said.
She didn't flinch. He realized then that she had been goading him into admitting he knew. It was all part of her scheme. That name, Rawl, screamed out how he had come to know it, betraying everything to his mother. Oba stood frozen, his mind in a wild state of turmoil, like a rat with a foot on his tail.
The spirits curse me, she said under her breath. I should have done what Lethea always told me. I should have spared us all. You killed her, you loathsome bastard, you contemptible, lying...
Quick as a fox, Oba whipped the shovel around, putting all his weight and strength behind the swing. The steel shovel rang like a bell against her skull. She dropped like a sack of grain pushed out of the loft. Whump! Oba rapidly retreated a step, fearful she might skitter toward him, spider-like, and with her mean little mouth bite him on the ankle. He was positive that she was fully capable of it, the conniving bitch. Lightning quick, he darted forward and whacked her again with the shovel, right on the same place on her broad forehead, then retreated out of range of her teeth before she could bite him like a spider. He often thought of her as a spider, a black widow. The ring of steel on skull hung in the otherwise still air of the barn, slowly, slowly, slowly dying away. Silence, like a heavy shroud, settled around him. Oba stood poised, shovel cocked back over his shoulder, ready to swing again. He watched her carefully. Nearly clear pinkish fluid leaked from both her ears out across the frozen muck. In a frenzy of fear and rage, he ran forward and swung the shovel at her head over and over. The ringing blows of steel on bone echoed around the barn, creating one long, clangorous din. The rats, watching with their little black rat eyes, scurried for their holes. Oba staggered back, gasping for air after the violent effort of silencing her. He panted as he watched her still form, sprawled atop the mound of frozen muck. Her arms were spread out wide to each side, as if asking for a hug. The sneaky bitch, she might be up to something. Trying to make amends, probably. Offering a hug as if it could make up for the times he'd spent in the pen. Her face looked different. She had an odd expression. He tiptoed closer for a look. Her skull was all misshapen like a ripe melon broken on the ground. This was so new that he couldn't gather his thoughts. Mama, her melon head, all broke open. For good measure, he whacked her 3 more times, quick as he could, then retreated to a safe distance, shovel at the ready, should she suddenly spring up to start yelling at him. That would be just like her. Sneaky. The woman was a lunatic. The barn remained silent. He saw his breath puffing out in the cold air. No breath came from his mother. Her chest was still. The crimson pool around her head oozed down the muck mound. Some of the holes he'd chopped filled with the runny contents of her curious melon head, all broken open on the ground. Oba began to feel more confident then that his mother was not going to say hateful things to him any more. His mother, not being too smart, had probably gone along with Lethea's nagging and had been talked into hating him, her only son. The two women had ruled his life. He had been nothing but the helpless servant of the two harpies. Fortunately, he had finally become invincible and had rescued himself from them both.
Do you want to know who I serve, Mama? I serve the voice that made me invincible, the voice that rid me of you.
His mother had nothing more to say. At long last, she had nothing more to say. Then, Oba grinned. He pulled out his knife. He was a new man, a man who pursued intellectual interests when they arose. He thought he should have a look at what other odd and curious things might be found inside his lunatic mother. Oba liked to learn new things. Oba was eating a nice lunch of eggs cooked in the hearth he had started to build for himself when he heard a wagon rumbling into the yard. It had been over a week since his sneaky mother had opened her mean little mouth for the last time. Oba went to the door, opened it a crack, and stood eating his eggs as he peered out to see the rear of a wagon pulled up close by. A man climbed down. It was Mr. Tuchman, who regularly brought wool. Oba's mother was a spinster who made thread for Mr. Tuchman. He used the thread on his loom. With so many new things demanding his attention lately, Oba had forgotten all about Mr. Tuchman. Oba glanced over to the corner to see how much thread his mother had ready. Not much. Bales of wool sat to the side, waiting to be spun into thread. The least his mother could have done would be to attend to her work before she started in causing trouble. Oba didn't know what to do. When he looked back to the doorway, Mr. Tuchman was standing right there looking in. He was a tall man, thin, with a big nose and ears. His hair was graying and as curly as the wool he dealt in. He was recently widowed. Oba knew that his mother liked Mr. Tuchman. Maybe he could have leached some of the venom from her fangs, softened her a bit. It was an interesting theory to contemplate.
Afternoon, Oba.
His eyes that Oba had always found curiously liquid, were peering in the crack, searching the house.
Is your mother about?
Oba, feeling a little violated by the man's roving eyes, stood holding the plate of eggs, trying to think what to do, what to say. Mr. Tuchman's gaze settled on the fireplace. Oba, standing ill at ease behind the door, reminded himself that he was a new man, an important man. Important men weren't unsure of themselves. Important men seized the moment and created their own greatness.
Mama?
Oba set down his plate as he glanced to the fireplace.
Oh, she's about somewhere.
Wool-headed Mr. Tuchman stared stone-faced at Oba's grin for a time.
You heard about Lethea? What they found at her place?
Oba thought the man had a mouth kind of like his mother had. Mean, sneaky.
Lethea?
Oba sucked at a piece of egg stuck between his teeth.
She's dead. What could they find?
More precisely what they didn't find, I guess you could say. Money. Lethea had money. Everyone knew that. But they found none in her house.
Oba shrugged.
Must have burned up, melted.
Mr. Tuchman grunted his skepticism.
Maybe, maybe not. Some folks say maybe it was gone before the fire started.
Oba felt indignant that people just couldn't let a thing go. Didn't they have their own business to mind? Why couldn't they leave well enough alone? They should rejoice that the sorceress was out of their lives and leave it at that. They had to keep picking at it, though. Peck, 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 like a gaggle of geese at the grain. Busybodies, that's what they were.
I'll tell Mama you were here.
I need the thread she spun. I have another load of wool for her. I need to be on my way. Got other people waiting.
The man had a whole bevy of women who spun wool for him. Didn't he ever give his poor spinsters a chance to catch their breath?
Well, I'm afraid that Mama hasn't had time to...
Mr. Tuchman was staring at the fireplace again, only more intently this time. The look on his face was more than curious. It bordered on anger. The man, accustomed to ordering people around and always more bold than Oba felt comfortable around, stepped through the door and into the house to the center of the room, still staring at the fireplace. His arm rose, pointing.
What's that? Dear Creator.
Oba looked where he was pointing, at the new fireplace being built against the stone wall that separated the house from the barn. Oba thought his work was quite well done, sturdy and straight. He had studied other fireplaces and learned how they were done. Even though the chimney wasn't built all the way up yet, he was using it. He had put it to good advantage. Oba saw then what Mr. Tuchman was really pointing at. Mama's jawbone. Well, wasn't this just something? Oba hadn't expected visitors, especially Snoopy visitors. What gave this man the right to poke his nose into other people's houses just because they spun wool for him? Mr. Tuchman started backing toward the door. Oba knew that Mr. Tuchman would talk about what he'd seen. The man was a gossip, already flapping his tongue to anyone who would listen about Lethea's missing money, which, after all, was really Oba's when you considered the lifetime of trouble he had endured to earn it. Who were all these people coming out of the woodwork to stick up for the troublesome sorceress? When Mr. Tuchman started blabbing about what he saw in the fireplace, there were sure to be questions. Everyone would have to stick their noses in it and want to know whose it was. They would probably start fretting over his mother now, just like they were doing over the sorceress. Oba, a new man, a man of action, could hardly let that happen. Oba was an important man, he'd learned. Raw blood coursed through his veins, after all. Important men acted, handled problems as they arose, quickly, efficiently, decisively. Oba seized Mr. Tuchman by the back of his neck, halting his retreat. The man struggled fiercely. He was tall and wiry, but he was no match for Oba's strength or speed. With a grunt of effort, Oba plunged his knife up into Mr. Tuchman's middle. The man's mouth opened wide. His eyes, always so liquid, always so curious, went wide as well, filled now with a look of terror. Oba followed the obnoxious Mr. Tuchman to the ground. They had work to do. Oba was never afraid of hard work. First, there was the struggling, wool-headed Snoop to deal with. Then there was the matter of his wagon. People would probably come looking for him. Oba's life was getting complicated. Mr. Tuchman called for help. Oba rammed his knife up into the soft part under Mr. Tuchman's chin. Oba leaned over him, watched the man struggle, knowing he was going to die. Oba had nothing against Mr. Tuchman, really, even though the man was impertinent and bossy. This was all that troublesome sorceress's fault. She was still making Oba's life difficult. She had probably sent some message to his mother, and then to Mr. Tuchman from beyond in the underworld. The bitch. Then his mother had to get all sneaky and suspicious, and now this irksome pest, Mr. Tuchman. They were like a swarm of locusts, come from nowhere to plague him. It was because he was important, he knew. It was probably time for changes. Oba couldn't stay around and keep having people who knew him pestering him with questions. He was too important to be in this little nothing of a place anyway. Mr. Tuchman grunted in his futile effort to escape. It was time for the unhappy widower to join Oba's lunatic mother and the troublesome sorceress with the keeper of the underworld, the world of the dead. And then, the time had come for Oba to take up his important life as a new man and to move on to better places. Just as the realization struck him that he would never again have to go in the barn and see the mound of frozen muck that he hadn't been able to dislodge with the scoop shovel, despite the ranting insistence of his lunatic mother, it occurred to him that if he had used the pickaxe, that would have made quick work of it. Well, wasn't that just something? Chapter 14. With an easy but flawlessly precise turn of his wrist, Friedrich Gilder lifted a leaf of gold on the fine hairs of his brush and laid it over. The gold, light enough to float on the gentlest breath of air, drew down onto the wet gesso as if by magic. Leaning over his workbench in concentration, Friedrich used a sheep's wool pad to carefully rub the freshly gilded surface of the small, stylized carving of a bird, checking for any flaws. Outside, the rain occasionally tink-tinked against the window. Through midday, when the prowling clouds passed bearing fits of rain, it darkened as if to dusk. From the back room where he worked, Friedrich glanced up, looking out through the doorway into the main room, watching the familiar movements of his wife casting her stones over the grace. Many years ago, he had gilded the lines of her grace, the 8-sided star within a circle, within a square, within another circle, after she had properly drawn it all out, of course. The grace would have been useless had he drawn it. A grace, to be real, had to be drawn by one with the gift. He enjoyed doing whatever he could to make the things in her life a little more beautiful. She was what made his life beautiful. He thought that her smile had been gilded by the Creator himself. Friedrich saw, too, the woman who had ventured to their home for a telling lean forward expectantly, absorbed in watching the fall of her fate. If they could really see such things, people would not come to Althea for a telling, yet they always watched intently as the stones rolled from his wife's long, slender fingers and out across the board upon which was drawn the grace. This woman, middle-aged and widowed, was a pleasant sort, and had been to see Althea twice before, but that had been several years back. As he had concentrated on his own work, he'd absently heard her tell Althea about her several grown children who were married and lived close to her, and that her first grandchild was on the way. Now, though, it was the drop of stones, not a child, that held the woman's interest. "Again?" she asked. It was not a question so much as astonishment. "They did it again." Althea said nothing. Friedrich burnished the freshly laid gold as he listened to the familiar sounds of his wife gathering up her stones from the board. "Do they do that often?" the woman asked, her wide eyes turning from the grace to Althea's face. Althea didn't answer. The woman rubbed her knuckles so hard that Friedrich thought the skin might come off. "What does it mean?" "Hush," Althea murmured as she rattled the stones. Friedrich had never heard his wife be so uncommunicative with a customer. The stones, clacking in Althea's loose fist, seemed to have an urgency to their bony knock. The woman rubbed her knuckles, awaiting her destiny. Again, the 7 stones rolled out across the board, come to divulge the holy secrets of the fates. From where he sat, Friedrich couldn't see the stones fall, but he could hear the familiar sound of their uneven shapes rolling across the board. After all these years, he rarely watched Althea practice her profession, that is, watched the stones themselves. He did, though, despite the years, savor watching Althea. As he looked out, seeing the side of her strong jaw, her hair still mostly a golden sweep down past her jaw, falling like sunlight over her shoulder, he smiled. The woman gasped. "Again?" As if to make the woman's point, thunder in the distance rolled over the house. "Mistress Althea, what could it mean?" Her voice carried the unmistakable timbre of apprehension. Althea, on her pillow on the floor, leaning on one arm, her withered legs out to the side, used the arm against the floor to straighten herself. She finally looked at the woman. "It means, Marjorie, that you are a woman of strong spirit." "That's one of those 2 stones? Me? A strong spirit?" "That's right," Althea confirmed with a nod. "And the other, then? It can't be good. Not there. It can only mean the worst." "I was about to tell you that the other stone, which follows with each throw, is also a strong spirit. A man of strong spirit." Marjorie peered again at the stones on the board. She rubbed her knuckles. But they both," she gestured, "they both keep going out there, to beyond the outer circle, to the underworld." Her troubled eyes searched Althea's face. Althea pulled on her knees, drawing her legs before herself to cross them. Though her legs were withered and nearly useless, crossing them before her pillow on the floor helped her sit up straight. "No, my dear, not at all. Don't you see? This is good. Both strong spirits going through life together and together ever after. It's the best possible outcome of a telling.
Marjorie cast another worried look at the board.
Really? Really, Mistress Althea? You think it's good, then, that they keep doing that?
Of course, Marjorie. Good it is. Two strong spirits joining. Marjorie touched a finger to her lower lip as she peered up at Althea.
Who is it, then? Who is this mystery man I'm to meet?
Althea shrugged.
Too soon to tell. But the stones say you will meet a man.
She made a show of putting her fist and second fingers tight together.
And you two will be fast with each other. Congratulations, Marjorie. It looks as if you are close to finding the happiness you seek. When? How soon?
Again, Althea shrugged.
Too soon to tell. The stones only say will, not when. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next year. But the important thing is that you are near to meeting a man who will be good with you, Marjorie. You must now keep your eyes open. Don't hide yourself away in your house, or you will miss him. But if the stones say he is strong and he is open to you, but they don't fix it sure. That's up to you and the man. Keep yourself open to him when he comes into your life, or he may pass without seeing you. I will, Mistress Althea.
The conviction in her voice strengthened.
I will. I'll stay prepared so when he happens into my life, I'll see him and he'll see me, just as the stones foretell.
Good. The woman fished around in the leather purse hanging from her belt until she found a coin. She handed it over eagerly, pleased with the outcome of her telling. Friedrich had watched Althea give tellings for nearly 4 decades. In all that time, he had never before seen her lie to someone. The woman stood, holding out her hand.
May I help you, Mistress Althea? Thank you, my dear. But Friedrich will help me later. I want to stay with my board for now.
The woman smiled, perhaps daydreaming of the new life waiting for her.
Well, then, I'd best be on my way before it gets any later in the day, before nightfall. And then it's a long ride back.
She leaned to the side and waved through the doorway.
Good day, Master Friedrich.
The rain rattled against the window in earnest. The sky, he noticed, had darkened, casting a gray gloom over their place in the swamp. Rising from his bench, Friedrich waved.
Let me see you to the door, Marjorie. You do have someone waiting to take you back, don't you?
My son-in-law is up at the rim of the canyon, where the path starts down in, waiting with our horses.
She paused in the doorway and gestured to his work on the bench.
That's a fine piece you've made.
Friedrich smiled.
I hope to find a customer at the palace who thinks so, too.
You will, you will. You do fine work. Everyone says so. Those who own a piece of your work count themselves as lucky.
Marjorie curtsied happily to Althea, thanking her again before retrieving her lambskin cloak from the hook by the door. She smiled out at the angry sky and donned the cloak, drawing its hood over her head, eager to be on her way to find her new man. It would be a long journey back. Before closing the door, Friedrich warned Marjorie to be absolutely certain to stay on the path and to watch her step up out of the canyon. She said she remembered the instructions and promised to follow them with care. He watched her hurry off, disappearing into the shadows and mist, before closing the door tight against the foul weather. Silence settled once more inside the house. Outside, thunder rumbled in a deep voice, as if in discontent. Friedrich shuffled up behind his wife.
Here, let me help you to your chair.
Althea had gathered up her stones. Once again they rattled in her hand like the bones of spirits. As considerate as she always was, it was unlike her not to acknowledge him when he spoke. It was even more unlike her to cast her stones again after a customer left. Casting her stones for a telling called upon her gift in ways he could not fully understand, but he did understand how it fatigued her. Casting her stones for a telling drew down her strength so that it left her detached from the world and wanting anything but to cast them again for a while. Now, though, she was in the spell of some tacit need. She turned her wrist and opened her hand, casting the stones at her board as easily, as gracefully as he handled his ethereal leaves of gold. Smooth, dark, irregular-shaped stones rolled forth, bouncing on the board, tumbling across the gilded grace. In their life together, Friedrich had seen her cast her stones tens of thousands of times.
There were times when, much like her customers, he had tried to discern a pattern in the fall of the stones. He never could. Althea always did. She saw meaning no mere mortal could see. She saw in the random fall of the stones some obscure omen only a sorceress could decipher, patterns of magic. There was no pattern expressed through the act of the throw. It was the fall of the stones that was touched by powers he dared not consider, powers that spoke only to the sorceress through her gift. In that random motif of disorder, she could read the flow of powers through the world of life, and even, he feared, the world of the dead, although she never spoke of it. Despite how close they were in body and soul, this was one thing they could not share in their life together. This time, as the stones rolled and wobbled across the board, one stopped in the exact center. Two stopped on opposite corners of the square where it touched the outer circle. Two ended up at opposite points where the square and the inner circle touched. The final two stones came to rest beyond the outer circle, which represented the underworld. Lightning flashed, and seconds later thunder clapped. Friedrich stared in disbelief. He wondered what the odds were of the stones coming to the end of their tumble at these specific points on the grace. He had never before seen them end in any discernible pattern. Althea, too, was staring at her board.
"Have you ever seen anything like that before?" he asked.
"I'm afraid so," she said under her breath as she raked the stones up with her graceful fingers.
"Really?"
He was sure he would have recalled such an unlikely event, such a startling orderliness.
"When was that?"
She rattled the stones in her loose fist. "The 4 previous throws. That casting made 5, all the same, each individual stone coming to rest in the identical place it had before." Again, she cast the stones at the board. At the same time, the sky seemed to open, letting rain roar down on the roof. The noise reverberated through the house. Involuntarily, he glanced toward the ceiling briefly before watching along with Althea as the stones rolled and bounced across the board. The first stone rolled to a halt in the exact center of the grace. Lightning flashed. The other stones, rolling in what looked to be a completely natural manner, came to rest in what appeared a perfectly normal way, except that they stopped in the exact same places they had before. 6, Althea said under her breath. Thunder boomed. Friedrich didn't know if she was speaking to him or to herself.
"But the first 4 throws were for that woman, Marjorie. You were casting them for her. This is for her telling."
Even to himself, it sounded more like a plea than reason.
"Marjorie came for a telling," Althea said. "That does not mean the stones chose to give her one. The stones have decided that this telling is for me."
"What does it mean, then?"
"Nothing," she said. "Not yet, anyway. At this point, it is only potential. A thunderhead on the horizon. The stones may yet say this storm is to pass us by."
Watching as she gathered up her stones, he was overcome with a sense of dread.
"Enough of this. You need to rest. Why don't you let me help you up now, Althea? I'll make you something to eat."
He watched her pluck the last stone, the one in the center, off the board.
"Leave your stones for now. I'll make you some nice hot tea."
He never before thought of the stones as anything sinister. Now he felt as if they were somehow inviting menace into their lives. He didn't want her to cast the stones again. He sank down beside her.
"Althea."
"Hush, Friedrich."
She spoke the words in a flat tone, not in anger or reproach, but simple necessity. The rain drummed against the roof with rabid intensity. Water cascading off the eaves roared. Darkness out the windows faltered in fits of lightning. He listened to the stones rattle like the bones of the dead speaking to her. For the first time in their life together, he felt a kind of defensive hatred for the 7 stones she held, as if they were some lover come to steal her away from him. From her seat atop her gold and red pillow on the floor, Althea cast the stones down onto the grace. As they tumbled across the board, he watched with resignation as they came to rest, natural as could be, in the exact same places. He would have been surprised only if they had fallen differently.
7, she whispered. 7 times 7 stones. Thunder rumbled in a deep, resonant tone, like the voice of discontent of spirits in the underworld. Friedrich rested a hand on his wife's shoulder. A presence had come into their home, invaded their lives. He couldn't see it, but he knew it was there. He felt a great weariness, as if all his years had come at once to weigh him down, making him feel very old. He wondered if this was in some small way what she felt all the time when she became so weary from casting a telling. He shuddered to contemplate always swimming in such emotionally turbulent waters. His world, his work of gilding, seemed so simple, so blissful in its ignorance of the swirl of tempestuous forces all around. The worst of it, though, was that he could not protect her from this unseen threat. In this, he was helpless.
Althea, what does it mean?
She hadn't moved. She was staring at the smooth, dark stones setting on her grace.
One who hears the voices is coming.
Lightning ignited in a blinding, angry flash, illuminating the room with white incandescence. The scintillating contrast between bright light and smothering shadow was dizzying. The intense strike flickered on as thunder crashed with a boom that shook the ground. A ripping crash followed on its heels, the clamor adding a confusion of sound to match the flashing of light. Friedrich swallowed.
Do you know which one?
She reached up and patted his hand, resting on her shoulder.
Tea, you say? The rain gives me a chill. I'd like some tea.
He looked from the crinkled smile showing in her eyes to the stones on the grace. For whatever reason, she wasn't going to answer that question for now. He asked another instead.
Why did your stones fall like that, Althea? What does something like that mean?
Lightning struck nearby. The crack of thunder felt as if it split air made of solid stone. Fists of rain beat against the window in petulant fits. Althea finally looked away from the window, from creation's fury, and turned back to the board. She reached out and placed her forefinger on the stone in the center.
The Creator?
He guessed aloud before she could name it. She shook her head.
Lord Ral.
But the star in the center represents the Creator, his gift.
It does in the grace, but you must not forget this is a telling. This is different. A telling only uses the grace, and in this telling, the stone in the center represents the one with his gift.
Then it could be anyone, Friedrich said. Anyone with the gift?
No. The lines coming from the 8 points of the star represent the gift as it passes through life, through the veil between the worlds, and beyond the outer circle into the underworld. Thus it represents the gift in a sense that it conveys with no other person. The gift for magic of both worlds, the world of life and the world of the dead, additive and subtractive. This stone in the center touches both. He glanced back at the stone in the center of the grace.
But why would that mean Lord Ral?
Because he is the only one born in 3,000 years with both aspects of the gift. In all that time, until he came into his gift, no stone I have cast has ever landed in that place. None could. What has it been? 2 years now since he succeeded his father? Less since his gift came to life in him, which in itself leaves questions with only troubling answers.
But I recall you telling me years ago that Darken Ral used both sides of the gift.
Gazing off into dark memories, Althea shook her head.
He also used subtractive powers, but he did not do so by birth. He offered the pure souls of children to the keeper of the underworld in return for the keeper's favors. Darken Ral had to trade for the limited use of such powers. But this man, this Lord Ral, has been born with both sides of the gift as those of old were. Friedrich wasn't sure what to make of that, what danger it could be that he so strongly felt. He remembered quite distinctly the day the new Lord Ral had risen to power. Friedrich had been at the palace to sell his small gilded carvings when the great event had taken place. That day, he had seen the new Lord Ral, Richard. It had been one of those moments in life never to be forgotten. Only the third Ral to rule in Friedrich's lifetime.
He remembered quite clearly the new Lord Rahl, tall, strong, with a raptor gaze, striding through the palace, seeming completely out of place, and at the same time belonging. And then there was the sword he carried, a legendary sword not seen in Dahara since Friedrich had been a boy, way back before the boundaries had been brought into existence, cutting Dahara off from the rest of the New World. The new Lord Rahl had been walking through the corridors of the People's Palace along with an old man, a wizard, people said, and a sublime woman. The woman, with long, lush hair, wearing a satiny white dress, made the grandeur and majesty of the palace seem dull and common by comparison. Richard Rahl and that woman seemed right together. Friedrich recognized the special way they looked at each other. The commitment, loyalty, and bond in the gray eyes of that man and the green eyes of that woman was as profound as it was unmistakable. "What of the other stones?" he asked. Althea gestured out past the larger circle of the grace, where only the gilt rays of the Creator's gift dared go, to the 2 dark stones sitting in the world of the dead. "Those who hear the voices," Althea said. He nodded at having his suspicions confirmed. In such things dealing with magic, it wasn't often that he was able to guess the truth from what appeared to be obvious. "And the rest?" Staring at the 4 stones resting at the cusps of lines, her voice came softly, mingling with the rain. "These are protectors." "They protect Lord Rahl?" "They protect us all." He saw then the tears rolling down her weathered cheeks. "Pray," she whispered, "that they are enough, or the Keeper will have us all." "You mean to say there are only these 4 who protect us?" "There are others, but these 4 are pivotal. Without them, everything is lost." Friedrich licked his lips, fearful of the fate of the 4 sentinels standing against the Keeper of the Dead. "Althea, do you know who they are?" She turned then, putting her arms around him, pressing the side of her face to his chest. It was as childlike a gesture as he could imagine, one that touched his heart and made him ache with his love for her. Gently, he put protective arms around her, comforting her, in spite of the fact that in truth he could do nothing to protect her from such things as she rightly feared. "Carry me to my chair, Friedrich." He nodded, lifting her in his arms as she hugged his neck. Her withered, useless legs dangled. A woman of such power as could enforce a warm and rain-swept swamp around them in winter, yet she needed him to carry her to a chair. Him, Friedrich, a mere man she loved, a man without the gift, a man who loved her. "You didn't answer my question, Althea." Her arms tightened on his neck. "One of the 4 protective stones," she whispered, "is me." Friedrich's wide eyes turned back to the grace with the stones upon it. His jaw fell open when he saw that one of the 4 stones had crumbled to ash. She had no need to look. "One was my sister," Althea said. Cradled in his arms, he felt her grieving sob. "And now there are 3. Chapter 15. Jensen moved out of the way of the flood of people flowing up the road from the south. Huddling close to Sebastian for shelter from the wind, she briefly considered simply curling up on the frozen ground off to the side and going to sleep. Her stomach grumbled with hunger. When Rusty stepped sideways, Jensen slid her grip up on the reins, closer to the bit. Betty, her eyes, ears, and tail alert, pressed up against Jensen's thigh for reassurance. The footsore goat occasionally huffed her annoyance at the passing throngs. When Jensen patted her fat middle, Betty's upright tail instantly became a wagging blur. She glanced up at Jensen, swiped her tongue out for a brief lick of Rusty's muzzle, and then folded her legs to lie down at Jensen's feet. As his sheltering arm enclosed her shoulders, Sebastian eyed the wagons, carts, and people moving past on their way toward the People's Palace. The sound of the wagons rumbling by, people talking and laughing, feet shuffling, and horses clopping all melted together into a steady drone punctuated by jangling metal and the rhythmic squeaking of axles.
The clouds of dust, lifted by all the movement, carried the aroma of food along with the stink of people and animals, and left the taste of dirt on her tongue. "What do you think?" Sebastian asked in a low voice. The cold sunrise bathed the distant sheer cliffs of the huge plateau in glowing lavender light. The cliffs themselves rose what seemed thousands of feet from the Azrith plains, but what man had made atop them rose higher yet. Countless roofs behind imposing walls collected together into the massive structure that was a city founded on the plateau. Low winter sunlight lent the soaring marble walls and columns a warm glow. Jensen had been little when her mother had taken her away. Her childhood memory of having lived here had not prepared her adult sensibilities for the actual splendor of the palace. The heart of Dahara stood noble and proud, triumphant above a barren land. Her awe was dimmed only by the taint of it, also being the ancestral home of the Lord Rahl. Jensen swiped a hand over her face, closing her eyes briefly against her pounding headache, against what it meant to be the prey of Lord Rahl. It had been a difficult and exhausting journey. After they had stopped each night, Sebastian used the cover of darkness to scout while she started to make camp. A number of times he had rushed back with the horrifying news that their pursuers were closing in. Despite exhaustion and her tears of frustration, they had to pack up and keep running. "I think we came here for a reason," she finally answered. "Now is a poor time to lose courage." "Now is the last chance to lose courage." She studied the note of caution in his blue eyes for only a moment before answering by wading back into the moving river of people. Betty sprang to her feet, peering up at the strangers as she pressed in close to Jensen's left leg. Sebastian moved in close on the other side. An older woman in a cart beside them smiled down at Jensen.
"Care to sell your goat, dear?"
Jensen, one hand grasping Betty's rope along with Rusty's reins, her other holding the hood of her cloak closed against a cold gust of wind, smiled, but shook her head firmly to decline. As the woman in the horse-drawn cart returned a disappointed smile and started to move away, Jensen saw a sign on the cart proclaiming sausages for sale. "Mistress, are you here selling your sausages today?" The woman reached behind, pushed aside a lid, and stretched her hand into one of the kettles nestled snugly in blankets and cloth. She came up holding a fat coil of sausage.
"Fresh cooked this morning. Could I interest you? Only a silver penny and well worth it."
When Jensen nodded eagerly, Sebastian passed the woman the coin requested. He cut the sausage in two and handed half to Jensen. It was wonderfully warm. She quickly devoured a few bites, hardly taking the time to chew. It was a relief to dull the sharp edge of her gnawing hunger. Only after those bites were down did she begin to appreciate the taste. "It's delicious," she called up to the woman. The woman smiled, seeming not at all surprised at the compliment. Walking abreast with the cart, Jensen asked, "Would you happen to know of a woman by the name of Althea?" Sebastian swept a furtive gaze around at the people walking within earshot. The woman, not at all shocked by the question, leaned down toward Jensen.
"You've come for a telling, then?"
Although she couldn't be sure, Jensen thought it easy enough to guess what the woman meant. "Yes, that's right. Would you know where I can find her?"
"Well, dear, I don't know her, but I know of her husband, Friedrich. He comes to the palace to sell his gilded carvings."
Many of the people moving up the road looked to have come to sell their wares. Jensen dimly recalled when she was very young the palace being a buzz of activity, with throngs coming every day to sell everything from food to jewelry. Many towns near where Jensen had lived when she was older had a market day. The People's Palace, though, was a city with the buying and selling of goods taking place every day. She recalled her mother taking her to booths to buy food and, once, cloth for a dress. "Would you know where we can find this man, Friedrich, or someone else who knows the way?" The woman gestured up ahead toward the palace.
"Friedrich has a small booth in the marketplace, up top. As I hear told, you'll need to be invited out to see Althea. I'd advise you to talk to Friedrich up top."
Sebastian put a hand on Jensen's back as he leaned past her.
Up top? He asked the woman.
She nodded. You know, up top, where the palace is. I don't go up there myself.
Then where do you sell your sausages? He asked.
Oh, I have my cart and horse, so I stay down along the road, selling to those going to and from the palace. They won't let you take those horses of yours up, if it be your intention to go look for Althea's husband. Your goat neither, for that matter. There are ramps for horses inside for the soldiers and those with official business, but wagons with supplies and such mostly use the cliff road on the east side. They don't let just anyone ride their horses up. Only the soldiers keep horses up top.
Well, Jensen said, I guess we'll need to stable them if we're to go up to find Althea's husband.
Friedrich doesn't come often. You'll be lucky to catch him on a day he's here. Best, though, if you could talk to him.
Jensen swallowed another mouthful of sausage. Do you know if he would be here today, or what days he does come to the palace?
Sorry, dear, but I don't.
The woman pulled an oversized red scarf over her head and fastened it tight with a knot under her chin.
I see him now and then, that's all I know. I sold him sausages a time or two to take home to his wife.
Jensen glanced up at the looming people's palace. I guess we'll just have to go for a look then. They weren't even inside yet, and already Jensen's heart was pounding at a furious pace. She saw Sebastian's fingers glide over his cloak, touching the hilt of his sword. She couldn't resist brushing her forearm against her side, checking for the reassuring presence of her knife under her own cloak. Jensen hoped not to be in the palace long. When they found out where Althea lived, they could be on their way. The sooner the better. She wondered if Lord Rahl was at the palace or off making war on Sebastian's homeland. She felt great empathy for his people being at the mercy of Lord Rahl, a man she knew to be without a shred of mercy. On their journey to the people's palace, she had asked Sebastian about his homeland. He had shared with her some of the convictions and beliefs of the people in the old world, their sensitivity for the plight of their fellow man, and their longings for the blessings of the Creator. Sebastian spoke passionately about the beloved spiritual leader of the old world, Brother Nariv, and his disciples of order, who taught that the welfare of others was not only the responsibility, but also the sacred duty of all people. She had never imagined a place with people who were so compassionate. Sebastian said that the imperial order was fighting back valiantly against Lord Rahl's invaders. She, of all people, understood what it was to fear the man. It was that fear that worried Jensen about going into the palace. She feared that if Lord Rahl was there, his powers might somehow tell him that she was near. An orderly column of soldiers in chainmail and dark leather armor rode out, headed in the opposite direction. Their weapons, swords, axes, lances, flashed menacingly in the morning sunlight. Jensen kept her eyes turned to the ground ahead and tried not to stare at the soldiers. She feared they would pick her out of the throng by sight, as if she were glowing with some mark only they could see. She kept the hood of her cloak pulled up to cover her red hair, fearing that it would attract unwanted attention. As they drew near the great portals into the plateau, the crowds grew thicker. Spread out on the Azrith plains to the south of the cliffs, vendors had set up their stalls in makeshift streets. Those newly arrived settled in wherever they found room. Despite the cold, everyone seemed in a good mood as they went about setting out their wares. Many were already doing a brisk business. Daharan soldiers seemed to be everywhere. They were all big men, all wearing the same orderly leather, chainmail, and wool uniforms. All were armed with at least a sword, but most carried additional weapons, an axe, spiked mace, or knives. While the soldiers were alert and watchful, they didn't appear to be bothering the merchants or hampering their business. The woman selling sausages waved her good wishes to Jensen and Sebastian before she pulled her cart off the road at an empty space beside 3 men setting out casks of wine on a short table. The 3 men, with the same strong jaws, broad shoulders, and tousled blonde hair, were obviously brothers.
"Careful who you leave your animals with," she called after them.
Many of the people who set up their stands down on the plain had animals, and it seemed easy enough to conduct business where they were, rather than go up to the palace. Other people roamed the crowds, hawking items to passers-by. Perhaps their simple wares sold better to those come to the open-air market. Some, like the woman with the cart, came to sell food they had cooked, and since there were plenty of people down below, they had no need to go up inside. Jensen suspected that others were content to be away from what was sure to be the greater scrutiny of officials and yet more guards in the palace proper. Sebastian took it all in without looking obvious. She imagined in his gaze a running tally of troops. To others, it would appear he was merely looking about at the merchants, enticed by the variety of wares for sale. But Jensen saw that his vision focused beyond, to the great portals between towering stone columns. "What should we do with the horses?" she asked. "And Betty?" Sebastian gestured to one of the enclosures where horses were picketed. "We're going to have to leave them." In addition to being so close to the home of the man trying to kill her, Jensen didn't like being among the press of so many people. She felt so flush with the sense of danger that she couldn't think straight. Leaving Betty at a stable in the town was one thing, but leaving her lifelong friend out here, among all these people, was something else. She pointed with her chin to the scruffy men minding the livestock enclosure. They were busily engaged in a game of dice. "Do you think we can trust the animals to people like that? They could be thieves, for all we know. Maybe you could stay with the horses while I go look for Althea's husband." Sebastian turned back from his survey of the soldiers near the entrance. "Jen, I don't think it's a good idea to separate in a place like this. Besides, I don't want you going in there alone." She gauged the concern in his eyes. "And if we get into trouble, do you really think we could fight our way out?" "No. You have to use your head. Keep your wits about you. I've brought you this far. I'm not going to abandon you now and let you go in there alone." "And if they draw swords on us?" "If it came to that, fighting wouldn't save us in a place like this. It's more important to give people a worry, make them think twice about how dangerous you might be, so that you don't end up fighting in the first place. You have to bluff." "I'm not any good at that kind of thing." He grunted a short laugh. "You do it well enough. You did it with me that first night when you drew the grace." "But that was just with you and with my mother there. That's different than in a place with so many people." "You did it at the inn in the way you showed the innkeeper your red hair. Your manner loosened her tongue. And you kept the men at bay with nothing but your bearing and a look. All by yourself, you gave all those men worry enough that they left you alone." She had never thought about it that way. She viewed it more as simple desperation than calculated deception. As Betty rubbed the top of her head against Jensen's leg, she idly stroked the goat's ear and watched as the men left their game of dice to take horses from travelers. She didn't like the rough way the men handled the horses, using switches instead of a steady hand. Jensen scanned the crush of people when she spotted the red scarf. She coiled the slack out of Betty's rope and started off, pulling Rusty along with her. Surprised, Sebastian stepped quickly to catch up. The woman in the red scarf was setting out pots with her sausages when Jensen reached her. "Mistress?" She squinted in the sunlight.
"Yes, dear? Some more sausages?"
She lifted a lid.
"They are good, aren't they?"
"Delicious. But I was wondering if you would accept a payment to watch our horses and my goat." The woman replaced the lid.
"The animals? I'm not a stableman, dear."
Jensen, holding the rope and the reins in one hand, rested her forearm on the side of the cart. Betty folded her legs and laid down beside the wheel. "I thought you might like the company of my goat for a while. Betty is a fine goat and wouldn't cause you any trouble." The woman smiled as she peered down over the edge of her cart.
"Betty, is it? Well, I could watch your goat, I guess."
Sebastian handed the woman a silver coin. "If we could picket our horses with yours, it would put our minds at ease that they were in good hands and that you were keeping an eye on them." The woman carefully inspected the coin, then appraised Sebastian more critically.
"How long will you be? When I sell my sausages, I'll want to be heading home after all."
"Not long," Jensen said. "We just want to go find the man you told us about, Friedrich." Sebastian, in an offhand manner, pointed at the coin the woman was still holding. "When we get back, I'll give you another to thank you for watching our animals. If we don't get back until after your sausages are sold, then I'll give you 2 for your trouble of waiting on us." Finally, the woman nodded.
All right, then. I'll be here selling my sausages. Tie your goat to the wheel there, and I'll keep my eye on her until you get back.
She gestured over her shoulder.
And you can put your horses with mine there. My old girl would enjoy the company.
Betty eagerly took the small chunk of carrot from Jensen's fingers. Rusty nudged her shoulder, insistent that she not be left out, so Jensen let the horse have a piece of the rare treat, then passed a chunk to Sebastian so an ever-eager Pete wouldn't be left out.
If you lose track of where I am, just ask around for Irma, the sausage lady.
"Thank you, Irma." Jensen smoothed Betty's ears. "I appreciate your help. We'll be back before you know it." As they mingled into the crowd funneling toward the great plateau, Sebastian put his arm around her waist to keep her close beside him as he escorted her into the gaping maw of Lord Ral's palace. Jensen could hear in the distance Betty's plaintive bleating at being abandoned. Chapter 16. Soldiers in polished breastplates, all carrying upright pikes with razor-sharp edges glinting in the sunlight, silently studied the people entering between the great columns. As their scrutiny turned toward Jensen and Sebastian, she made sure not to look them in the eye. She kept her head down and moved in step with the other people shuffling past the ranks of soldiers. She didn't know if they paid any particular attention to the 2 of them, but none reached out to seize her, so she kept moving. The huge cave-like entrance was lined in a light-colored stone, giving Jensen a sense of passing into a grand hall rather than through a tunnel into a plateau the size of a mountain. Hissing torches in iron brackets set into the walls lit the way with a dotted line of light. The air smelled of burning pitch, but it felt warm inside, out of the winter wind. To the sides, cut into the rock, were rows of rooms. Most were simple openings with a short front wall behind which vendors sold their wares. Walls in many of the small rooms were decorated with brightly colored cloth or painted planks, offering a welcoming touch. It had appeared that anyone outside could set up shop and sell their goods. Jensen imagined the vendors inside had to pay rent for the rooms, but in return they had a warm and dry place in out of the weather to do business, where customers were more willing to linger. Clumps of chatting people waited near the shoemaker to have their shoes repaired, while others lined up to buy ale or bread or steaming bowls of stew. Another man with a sing-song voice that attracted throngs to his booth sold meat pies. At one jammed and noisy place, women were having their hair pinned up or curled or decorated with bits of colored glass set in fine chains. At another, they were having their faces made up or their nails painted. Other places sold beautiful ribbons, some cut to look just like fresh flowers to adorn dresses. By the nature of many of the businesses, Jensen realized that a lot of the people wanted to look their best before going up to the palace, where they meant to be seen as much as they meant to look. Sebastian seemed to find it all as astonishing as she did. Jensen stopped at a booth with no customers where a small man with a lasting smile was setting out pewter mugs. "Could you tell me, sir, if you know of a gilder named Friedrich?"
"No man by that name down here. Finer work like that is usually sold up top."
As they were swallowed deeper into the underground entrance, Sebastian's arm returned to enclose her waist. She found comfort in his close presence, his handsome face, and those times he smiled at her. His spikes of white hair made him different from everyone else, unique, special. His blue eyes seemed to hold so many answers to the mysteries of the larger world she had never seen. He almost made her forget her heartache at missing her mother. A succession of massive iron doors stood open, admitting the advancing throng. It was intimidating going through such doors, knowing that if they closed, she would be trapped inside. Beyond, wide marble stairs, paler than straw and swirled through with white veins, led up to grand landings edged with massive stone balustrades. In contrast to the immense iron doors into the plateau, finely crafted wooden doors closed off some of the rooms. Whitewashed corridors, well lit by reflector lamps, distracted from the feeling of being inside the plateau. The stairs seemed endless.
in some places branching off in different directions. Some of the landings opened into spacious passageways, the destination for many of the people. It was like a city in eternal night, lit by the wall lanterns with reflectors and pole lamps by the hundreds. Along the way were beautiful stone benches where people could rest. On some levels were more small shops selling bread, cheeses, meats, some with tables and benches set outside. Rather than feeling dark and forbidding, it seemed cozy inside, perhaps even romantic. Some passageways, barred by huge doors and blocked by guards, appeared as if they might be barracks. In one place, Jensen glimpsed a spiral ramp with troops moving down on horseback. From her childhood, Jensen only dimly recalled the city under the palace. Now, with the endless new sights, it was a place of wonder. As her legs grew weary from the effort of climbing the stairs and traversing passageways, it occurred to her then why many of the people chose to remain down on the plain to do business. It was a long way up, both in distance and in time, and quite the labor. From the conversations she overheard, many of the people who came would lengthen their stay at the palace that was a city by taking rooms. Jensen and Sebastian were finally rewarded for their effort when they emerged once again in the daylight. 3 tiers of balconies fronted with roped columns supporting arched openings looked down on the marble hall. Overhead, glassed windows let in the light, creating a bright corridor unlike anything she had ever seen. If Jensen was moved by the marvel of it, Sebastian seemed thunderstruck. "How could any people build a place such as this?" he whispered. "Why would they even want to?" Jensen didn't have an answer to either question. Yet in spite of how much she loathed those who ruled her land, the palace still filled her with awe. This was a place built by people with vision and imagination beyond anything she could conceive of. "With all the need in the world," he murmured to himself, "the House of Rahl builds this marble monument to themselves." She thought that there seemed to be many thousands other than the Lord Rahl himself who benefited from the people's palace, those who derived their living from what the palace brought together, people of all kinds, even down to Irma the sausage lady. But Jensen didn't want to just then break her spell of astonishment to try to explain it. The corridor, stretching off in both directions, was lined with rows of shops set back under the balconies. Some were open, with a single craftsman, but many were glass-fronted and quite ornate, with doors, signs hung out, and a number of people working inside. The variety was overwhelming. Shopkeepers cut hair, pulled teeth, painted portraits, made clothes, and sold every sort of thing as could be imagined, from common produce and herbs to priceless perfumes and jewels. The aromas from the wide variety of foods were distracting. The sights were dizzying. As she was taking in those sights while looking for the gilder's place, Jensen spotted 2 women in brown leather uniforms. Each wore her long blonde hair in a single braid. She clutched Sebastian's arm and hauled him into a side passageway. Without a word, she rushed him along, trying not to go so fast as to make people suspicious, but at the same time get them out of sight as quickly as possible. As soon as she reached the first of the huge pillars lining the side hall, she ducked behind it, pulling Sebastian along with her. When people glanced their way, they both sat down on the stone bench against the wall, trying to look as normal as possible. A statue of a naked man across the way stared down at them as he leaned on a spear. Cautiously, casually, they both peeked out just enough to see. Jensen watched the 2 leather-clad women stroll past the intersection. Their gazes, cool, penetrating, intelligent, took in the people to both sides. These were the eyes of women that in an instant and without regret could decide between life and death. When one woman looked toward the side hall, Jensen sank back behind the pillar, pressing herself up against the wall. She was relieved to finally see the backs of the 2 as they continued down the main corridor. "What was that all about?" Sebastian asked, as she let out a relieved sigh. "Mord Sith." "What?" "Those 2 women. They were Mord Sith." Sebastian carefully peered out for another look, but the 2 were gone. "I don't know much about them, except that they're guards of some kind." She realized then that being from another land, he might not know much about those women. Yes, in a way. Mord Sith are very special guards. They are the Lord Ral's personal guards, I guess. They protect him and more. They torture information out of gifted people. He gauged the demeanor in her eyes. You mean those with simple magic? Any magic. Even a sorceress. Even a wizard. He looked skeptical. A wizard commands powerful magic. He could simply use his power to crush those women. Jensen's mother had told her about Mord Sith, how dangerous they were, and that she must avoid them at all cost. Her mother never tried to hide the nature of deadly threats. No, Mord Sith have a power that enables them to appropriate another's magic, even a wizard or a sorceress. They capture not only the person, but their magic as well. There can be no escape from a Mord Sith unless she releases the person. Sebastian seemed only more confused. What do you mean they appropriate another's magic? That makes no sense. What could they do with such magic if it were another's power? That would be like pulling out someone's teeth and trying to eat with them. Jensen swept her hand back over her head, under her hood, replacing the red ringlets that had fallen out. I don't know, Sebastian. I've heard that they use the person's own magic against them, to hurt them, to give them pain. Then why should we be afraid of them? They may torture information out of the gifted enemies of Lord Ral, but they can hurt anyone. Did you see the weapon they carry? No, I saw no weapon on them. They only carried a small red leather rod. That is their weapon. It's called an aegil. They keep it on a chain around their wrist, so it is always at hand. It's a weapon of magic. He considered what she said, but clearly didn't yet understand it. What do they do with it? With their aegil? His manner had turned from incredulity to a more calm, analytical questioning for information. He was once again doing the job Jagang the Just had sent him to do. I'm no expert on the subject, but from what I've heard, the mere touch of an aegil can do anything from causing inconceivable pain to breaking bones to instant death. The Mord Sith decides how much pain, if the bones are to break, and whether or not you are to die by the touch. He watched out toward the intersection as he considered what she'd said. Why are you so afraid of them? And if you have only heard these things, why do you fear them so? Now she was the one who was incredulous. Sebastian, Lord Ral has been hunting me my whole life. These women are his personal killers. Don't you think they would love to bring me to the feet of their master? I suppose. At least they were wearing their brown leather. They wear red leather when they sense a threat or when they torture someone. In red leather, the blood doesn't show so much. He slid both hands over his eyes and then back over his white spikes of hair. This is a nightmare land you live in, Jensen Daggett. Jensen Ral, she almost corrected out of self-pity. Jensen from her mother, Ral from her father. Do you think I don't know it? And what if this sorceress doesn't want to help you? She picked at a thread on her knee. I don't know. He will come after you. Lord Ral will never let you be. You will never be free. Unless you kill him, were the words she could hear left off. Althea must help me. I'm so sick of being afraid, Jensen said near tears. So sick of running. He put a gentle hand on her shoulder. I understand. No two words could have been more meaningful at that moment. She could only nod her appreciation. His tone turned more impassioned. Jensen, we have gifted women like Althea. They're from a sect, the Sisters of the Light, that used to live at the Palace of the Prophets in the Old World. Richard Ral, when he invaded the Old World, destroyed their palace. It was said to be a beautiful and special place, but he destroyed it. Now the sisters are with Emperor Jagang, helping him. Maybe our sorceresses would be able to help you, too. She looked up into his caring eyes. Really? Maybe those with the Emperor would know a way to hide me from my murderous half-brother's wizardry? But he's always only a half step behind, waiting for me to stumble so he can pounce. Sebastian, I don't think I could make it that far. Althea helped hide me from Lord Ral once. I must convince her to help me again. If she won't, I fear I'll have no chance before I'm caught. He leaned out again, checking, then gave her a confident smile. We'll find Althea. Her magic will hide you, and then you can get away." Feeling better, she returned the smile. Judging that the moored Sith were gone and it was safe, they returned to the hall to search for Friedrich. They each inquired at several places before Jensen found someone who knew of the Gilder. With fresh hope, she and Sebastian moved deeper into the palace, following the directions they were given to a juncture of grand passageways. There, in the center of the intersection of two central corridors, she was surprised to see a quiet plaza with a square pool of dark water. Tiles, rather than the usual marble, surrounded the pool. 4 columns at the outer edge of the tiles supported the soaring opening to the sky, covered, since it was winter, by leaded glass panels. The beveled glass gave the light cast down across the tiles a shimmering liquid quality. In the pool off-center in a way that seemed right without Jensen understanding exactly why it felt right, stood a dark, pitted rock with a bell atop it. It was a remarkably quiet sanctuary in the center of such a busy place. Seeing the square with the bell sparked her memory of similar places. When the bell tolled, she recalled, the people came to such squares to bow down and chant a devotion to the Lord Rahl. She suspected that such homage was one price paid for the honor of being allowed in his palace. People sat on the low wall around the edge, talking in hushed tones, watching orange fish gliding through the dark water. Even Sebastian stared for a few minutes before moving on. Everywhere there were alert soldiers. Some seemed to be stationed at key spots. Squads of guards moved through the halls, watching everyone, stopping some people to speak with them. What the soldiers asked, Jensen didn't know, but it worried her greatly. "What do we say if they question us?" she asked. "It's best not to say anything unless you have to." "But if you have to, then what?" "Tell them that we live on a farm to the south. Farmers are isolated and don't know much about anything but life on their farm, so it wouldn't sound suspicious if we say we don't know about anything else. We came to see the palace and perhaps buy a few small things, herbs and such." Jensen had met farmers and didn't think they were as ignorant of things as Sebastian seemed to think. "Farmers grow or collect their own herbs," she said. "I don't think they would need to come to the palace to buy them." "Well, then, we came to buy some nice cloth, so you could make clothes for the baby." "Baby? What baby?" "Your baby. You are my wife, and only recently found yourself pregnant. You are with child." Jensen felt her face flush to red. She couldn't say she was pregnant. That would only lead to more questions. "All right, we're farmers here to buy a few small things, herbs and such. Rare herbs we don't grow ourselves." His only answer was a sideways glance and smile. His arm returned to her waist, as if to banish her embarrassment. Beyond another intersection of wide passageways, following the directions they'd been given, they turned down another hall to the right. It, too, was lined with vendors. Jensen immediately spotted the booth with a gilded star hanging before it. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but the gilded star had 8 points, like the star in a grace. She had drawn the grace often enough to know. With Sebastian at her side, she rushed over to the booth. Her heart sank when they found the place occupied only by an empty chair, but it was still morning, and she reasoned that maybe he hadn't come in yet. The closest businesses weren't yet open either. She stopped several stalls down at a place selling leather mugs. "Do you know if the Gilder is here today?" she asked the man working behind the bench. "Sorry, don't know," he said, without looking up from his work at cutting decorations with a fine gouge. "I just started here." She hurried down to the next occupied booth, a place that sold hangings with colorful scenes sewn on them. She turned to say something to Sebastian, but saw him inquiring at another booth not far away. The woman behind the short counter was sewing a blue brook through mountains stitched on a stretched square of coarsely woven cloth. Some of the scenes were made up into pillows displayed on a rack to the back. "Mistress, would you know if the Gilder is here today?" The woman smiled up at her. "Sorry, but far as I know, he won't be in today." "Oh, I see." Thwarted by the disappointing news, Jensen hesitated, not knowing what to do next. "Would you know when he will return at least?" The woman pushed her needle through, making a blue stitch of water. "No, can't say as I do. Last time I saw him over a week ago, he said he may not be back for a while." "Why is that, do you know?" "Can't say as I do." She pulled the long thread of the water out taut. "Sometimes he stays away for a spell, working at his gilding, doing up enough to make it worth his time to travel to the palace." "Would you happen to know where he lives?" The woman glanced up from under a crinkled brow. "Why do you wish to know?" Jensen's mind raced. She said the only thing she could think of, what she had learned from Irma, the sausage lady, watching Betty for her. "I wish to go for a telling." "Ah," the woman said, her suspicion fading as she pulled another stitch through. "It's Althea, then, that you really want to see." Jensen nodded. "My mother took me to Althea when I was young. Since my mother passed away, I'd like to visit Althea again. I thought it might be a comfort if I went for a telling." "Sorry about your mother, dear. I know what you mean. When I lost my mother, it was a hard time for me, too." "Could you tell me how to find Althea's place?" She set her sewing down and came to the low wall at the front of her booth. "It's a goodly ways to Althea's place. To the west, through a desolate land." "The Azrith Plains." "That's right. Going west, the land turns rugged with mountains. Around the other side of the largest snow-capped mountain due west of here, if you turn north, staying just the other side of the cliffs you will find, following the low land down lower yet, you will come into a nasty place, a swampy place. Althea and Friedrich live there." "In a swamp? But not in the winter." The woman leaned close and lowered her voice. "Yes, even in the winter, people say. Althea's swamp. A vile place it is, too. Some say it isn't a natural place, if you know what I mean." "Her magic, you mean?" She shrugged. "Some say." Jensen nodded in thanks and repeated the directions. "Other side of the largest snow-capped peak west of here, stay below the cliffs, and go north, down in a swampy place." "A nasty, dangerous swampy place." The woman used a long fingernail to scratch her scalp. "But you don't want to be going there unless you're invited." Jensen glanced around briefly to signal to Sebastian, but she didn't see him right off. "How does one get invited?" "Most people ask Friedrich. I see them come here to talk to him and leave without even looking at his work. I guess he asks Althea if she will see them, and the next time he returns with his gilding, he invites them. Sometimes people give him a letter to take to his wife. Some people travel out there and wait. I hear that sometimes he comes out of the swamp to meet those people and pass along Althea's invitation. Some people return from the edge of the swamp without ever being invited in. Their long wait for nothing. None dare venture in uninvited, though. Least, none that did ever came back to tell about it, if you know what I mean." "Are you saying I'll have to go there and just wait? Wait until she or her husband comes to invite us in?" "Yes, so. But it won't be Althea who comes out. She never comes out of her swamp, as I hear it. You could come back here each day until Friedrich finally returns to sell his gilding. He's never been away for more than a month. I'd say he'll be back to the palace within a few weeks at most." Weeks. Jensen couldn't stay in one place, waiting weeks, while Lord Ral's men hunted her, closing in day by day. From as close as Sebastian said they were, she didn't think she even had days, much less weeks, before they would have her. "Thank you, then, for all your help. I guess I'll come back another day to see if Friedrich has returned and ask him if I might go for a telling." The woman smiled as she sat back down and picked up her sewing. "That might be best." She looked up. "Sorry to hear about your mother, dear. It's hard, I know." She nodded, her eyes watery, fearing to test her voice just then. The vivid scene flashed through her mind. The men, the blood everywhere, the terror of them coming for her, seeing her mother slumped on the floor, stabbed, her arms severed. With effort, Jensen pushed the memory away, lest it consume her in grief and anger. She had immediate worries. They had made a long and difficult journey in winter to find Althea, to obtain her help. They couldn't wait around, hoping to be invited to visit Althea. Lord Ral's men were close on their heels. The last time Jensen had wavered in her determination, she had missed her chance, and Lethea had been murdered. The same thing could happen again. She had to get to Althea before those men did, at least to tell her about her sister, to warn her if nothing else. Jensen scanned the vast hallway, searching for Sebastian. He couldn't have gone far. She saw him then, his back to her, across the broad corridor, just turning away from a place that sold silver jewelry. Before she took 2 steps, she saw soldiers swarm in and surround him. Jensen froze in her tracks. Sebastian did too. One of the soldiers used his sword to carefully lift back Sebastian's cloak, uncovering his array of weapons. She was too frightened to move, to take another step.
Page 156. Half a dozen gleaming, razor-edged pikes lowered at Sebastian. Swords came out of sheaths. People nearby backed away. Others turned to look. In the center of a ring of Daharan soldiers towering over him, Sebastian held his arms out to the sides in surrender. Surrender. Just then, a bell, the one back at the square, tolled. Chapter 17. The single long peal of the bell calling people to the devotion echoed through the cavernous halls as 2 of the big men seized Sebastian by the arms and started bearing him away. Jensen watched helplessly as the rest of the Daharan soldiers surrounded him in a tight formation, bristling with steel, meant not only to keep their prisoner at bay, but to ward any possible attempt to extricate him. It was immediately clear to her that these guards were prepared for any eventuality and took no chances, not knowing if this one armed man might signify a force about to storm the palace. Jensen saw that there were other men, visitors to the palace like Sebastian, also carrying swords. Perhaps it was that Sebastian carried a variety of combat weapons, and they were all concealed, that so raised the soldiers' suspicions. But he wasn't doing anything. It was winter. Of course he was wearing a cloak. He was causing no harm. Jensen's urge was to yell at the soldiers to leave him be, yet she feared that if she did, they would take her too. The people who had spread back away from the potential trouble, along with everyone else strolling the halls, all began moving toward the square. People in the shops set down their work to join them. No one paid much attention to the soldiers' business. In response to that single chime still hanging in the air, laughter and talking trailed off to respectful whispers. Panic clawed at Jensen as she saw the soldiers muscling Sebastian down a hall to the side. She could see his white hair amid the dark armor. She didn't know what to do. This wasn't supposed to happen. They only came to find a gilder. She wanted to scream for the soldiers to stop. She dared not, though. Jensen stood her ground against the current of bodies trying to keep Sebastian and his captors in sight. The Lord Rahl was after her, and now they had Sebastian. Her mother had been murdered, and now they were taking Sebastian. It wasn't fair. As she watched, afraid to do anything to stop the soldiers, her own fear shamed her. Sebastian had done so much for her. He had made so many sacrifices for her. He had risked his life to save hers. Jensen's breath came in ragged pulls. But what could she do? Surrender. It wasn't fair what they were doing to Sebastian, to her, to innocent people. Anger welled up through her fear. Tu warst nicht. He was only there because of her. She had asked him to come. Tu warst nicht. Now he was in trouble. Grushdeva du kalt nicht. The words sounded so right. They flared through her, carried on flames of igniting rage. People pushed against her. She growled through gritted teeth as she squeezed her way among the crush of people trying to follow the soldiers who had Sebastian. It wasn't fair. She wanted them to stop. Just stop. Stop. Her helplessness frustrated her. She was sick of it. When they wouldn't stop, when they kept going, it only further enraged her. Surrender. Jensen's hand slid inside her cloak. The touch of cold steel welcomed her. Her fingers tightened around the hilt of her knife. She could feel the worked metal of the symbol of the House of Rahl pressing into the flesh of her palm. A soldier gently pushed her.
turning her in the direction of the rest of the crowd.
The devotion square is that way, ma'am.
It was spoken as a suggestion, but wrapped around the core of command. Through the rage, she looked up into his hooded eyes. She saw the dead man's eyes. She saw the soldiers at her house, men on the floor, dead, men coming for her, men grabbing her. She saw flashes of movement through a crimson sheen of blood. As she and the soldiers stared into each other's eyes, she felt the blade at her waist coming out of its sheath. A hand under her arm tugged at her. "This way, dear. I'll show you where it is." Jensen blinked. It was the lady who had given her directions to Althea's place. The woman who sat in the palace of the murdering bastard Lord Rahl and sowed the peaceful scenes of the mountains and brooks. Jensen stared at the woman, at her inexplicable smile, trying to make sense of her. Jensen found everything around her strangely incomprehensible. She only knew that her hand was on the hilt of her knife, and she longed for the blade to be free. But for some reason, the knife stubbornly remained where it was. Jensen, at first convinced that some malevolent magic had seized her, saw then that the woman had a tight, motherly arm around her. Without realizing it, the woman was keeping Jensen's blade in its sheath. Jensen locked her eyes, resisting being pulled along. The woman's eyes now were set with warning. "No one misses a devotion, dear. No one. Let me show you where it is." The soldier, his expression grim, watched as Jensen yielded, allowing herself to be guided by the woman. Jensen and the woman swept into the current of people moving toward the square, left the soldier behind. She looked up into the woman's smiling face. The whole world seemed to Jensen to be swimming in a strange light. The voices around her were a smear of sound that in her mind was pierced by the echoes of screams from her house.
Jensen.
Through the murmuring around her, the voice, sharp and distinct, caught her attention. Jensen listened, alert to what it might tell her.
Surrender your will, Jensen.
It made sense in a visceral way.
Surrender your flesh.
Nothing else seemed to matter anymore. Nothing she had tried in her whole life had brought her salvation or safety or peace. To the contrary, everything seemed lost. There seemed nothing else to lose. "Here we are, dear," the woman said. Jensen looked around. "What?" "Here we are." Jensen felt her knees touch the tiled floor as the woman urged her down. People were all around. Before them was the square with the pool of quiet water at its center. She wanted only the voice.
Jensen, surrender.
The voice had grown harsh, commanding. It fanned the flames of her anger, her rage, her wrath. Jensen bent forward, trembling in the grip of rage. Somewhere in the far corners of her mind screamed a distant terror. Despite that remote sense of foreboding, it was rage that was carrying her will away.
Surrender.
She saw strings of her saliva hanging, dripping, as she panted through parted lips. Tears dropped to the tiles close beneath her face. Her nose ran. Her breath came in gasps. Her eyes were open so wide it hurt. She shook all over as if alone in the coldest, darkest winter night. She couldn't make herself stop. People bowed forward deeply, hands pressed to the tiles. She wanted her knife out. Jensen lusted for the voice. "Master Rahl, guide us." It was not the voice. It was the people all around, in one voice, chanting the devotion. As they began, they all bowed farther forward until their foreheads touched the tile floor. A soldier moved past close behind, patrolling, watching as she knelt, bent over, hands to the floor, quaking uncontrollably. Inch by halting inch, as she gasped, panted, shook, Jensen's head lowered until her forehead touched the floor. "Master Rahl, teach us." That was not what she wanted to hear. She wanted the voice. She raged for it. She wanted her knife. She wanted blood. "Master Rahl, protect us," the people all chanted in unison. Jensen, pulling ragged, jerking breaths, consumed with loathing, wanted only the voice and her blade free. but her palms were flat on the tiles. She listened for the voice, but heard only the chant of the devotion. In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled, we live only to serve, our lives are yours. At first, Jensen only vaguely remembered it from her youth, from when she had lived at the palace. Hearing it now, that memory came flooding back. She had known the words. She had chanted them when she was little. When they fled the palace running from Lord Ral, she had banished the words of the devotion to the man who was trying to kill her and her mother. Now, hungering for the voice that wanted her to surrender, almost unbeknownst to her, almost as if it were someone else doing it, her trembling lips began moving with the words. Master Ral, guide us. Master Ral, teach us. Master Ral, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. The cadence of those murmured words filled the great hall. Many people, but one voice, resounding powerfully off the walls. She listened with all her strength for the voice that had been her companion for nearly as long as she could remember, but it wasn't there. Now Jensen was helplessly carried along with all the others. She clearly heard herself speaking the words. Master Ral, guide us. Master Ral, teach us. Master Ral, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Over and over, Jensen softly spoke the words of the devotion along with everyone else. Over and over, without pause but for breath. Over and over, yet without haste. The chant filled her mind. It beckoned to her, spoke to her. It was all that filled her thoughts as she chanted it over and over and over. It filled her so completely that it left no room for anything else. Somehow, it calmed her. Time slipped by, incidental, inconspicuous, unimportant. Somehow the soft chant brought her a sense of peace. It reminded her of how Betty calmed when having her ears smoothed. Jensen's rage was being smoothed. She fought against it, but bit by bit she was pulled into the chant, into its promise, smoothed and gentled. She understood then why it was called a devotion. Despite everything, it drained her, and then filled her with a profound calm, a serene sense of belonging. She no longer fought the words. She allowed herself to whisper them, letting them lift away the shards of pain. For that time, as she knelt, her head to the tiles, with nothing to do but say the words, she was free of anything and everything. As she chanted along with everyone else, the shadow cast on the floor from the mullions of the leaded glass overhead moved past her, leaving her in the glow of the full sun. It felt warm and protective. It felt like her mother's warm embrace. Her body felt light. The soft radiance all around reminded Jensen of how she pictured the good spirits. An instant in time later, the hours of chanting were ended. Jensen uncurled, slowly pushing away from the floor to sit up with the others. Without warning, a sob poured forth. Anything wrong here? There was a soldier towering over her. The woman to the side put an arm around Jensen's shoulders. Her mother passed away recently, the woman quietly explained. The soldier shifted his weight, looking ill at ease. I'm sorry, ma'am. My heartfelt sympathy to you and your family. Jensen saw in his blue eyes that he meant every word. Stunned, speechless, she watched as he turned, huge and muscular, layered in leather, Lord Ral's killer continuing on his patrol. Empathy in armor. If he knew who she was, he would deliver her into the hands of those who would see to it that she suffered a long and lingering death. Jensen buried her face in the stranger's shoulder and wept for her mother, whose embrace had felt so good. She missed her mother beyond endurance, and now she was terrified for Sebastian. Chapter 18. Jensen thanked the woman who sewed country scenes and gave directions. Only after Jensen had started down the hall did she realize that she didn't even know the woman's name.
It didn't really matter. They both had mothers. Both understood and shared the same feelings. Now that the devotion was over, the noise of all the people in the palace rose again to resound off marble walls and columns. Laughter could be heard ringing out across the hall. People had gone back to their own concerns, buying, trading, discussing their wants and needs. Guards patrolled, and palace staff, most in light-colored robes, went about their business, carrying messages, seeing to matters Jensen could only guess at. In one place, workers were at the task of repairing the hinges on a huge oak double door to a side passageway. The cleaning staff was back, too, busy at dusting, mopping, polishing. Jensen's mother had once been one of those women, seeing to the work in the sections of the palace closed off to the public, official rooms where matters of governance were conducted, the sections that housed the officials and palace staff, and, of course, Lord Ral's rooms. After chanting the devotion for hours, Jensen's mind was as clear as if she had had a long and needed rest. In that calm but refreshed and wide-awake state, a solution had come to her. She knew what she had to do. She moved quickly back the way she had come. There was no time to lose. On balconies above, people who lived at the People's Palace gazed down on the hall as they went about their work, watching those who had come to marvel at the great place. Jensen focused on keeping her wits about her as she moved through the throngs. Sebastian had warned her not to run and cause people to wonder if there was something wrong. He had cautioned her to act normal, lest she give people reason to take note. Yet so acute was the danger of being at the palace that he had been captured despite knowing how to act. If she raised suspicion, then soldiers would surely stop her. If the soldiers got a hold of her and found out who she was. Jensen ached to have Sebastian back. Her fear for him urged her down the hall. She had to get him away from the Daharan soldiers before they did something terrible to him. She knew that every minute they had him, he was in mortal danger. If they tortured him, he might not be able to hold out. If he confessed to who he was, they would put him to death. The thought of Sebastian being executed almost made her knees give out. Under torture, people would confess to anything, whether true or not. If they decided to torture him to make him confess to something, he was doomed. The mental image of Sebastian being tortured made her sick and dizzy. She had to rescue him. But to do that, she had to have the sorceress's help. If Althea would help her cast Jensen a protective spell, then she could try to get Sebastian back. Althea had to help her. Jensen would convince her. Sebastian's life hung in the balance. She reached the stairs where they had come up. People were still emptying up into the hall, some sweating and huffing with the effort of the climb. Few were going down yet. Standing at the edge, hand on the marble rail, she took a careful look around, making sure she wasn't being followed or observed. Despite her urge to run, she made herself look around casually. Some people looked at her, but no more than they looked at anyone. Patrolling soldiers were a good distance off. Jensen started down. She went as quickly as possible without looking like she was running for her life, for Sebastian's life. But she was. If not for Jensen, he would not be in this trouble. She thought that going down would be easy, but after hundreds of steps, she found that going down was tiring on the legs. Her legs burned with the effort. She told herself that if she couldn't run, she could at least not stop but keep going, and in that way make better time. On the landings, she cut the corners, saving steps. When no one was looking, she took the stairs two at a time. When she had to traverse passageways, she tried to screen herself behind clumps of people as she went past watchful guards. People sitting on benches, eating bread and meat pies, drinking ale, talking with friends, casually noted her along with everyone else who passed, just another visitor going by. Lord Ral's half-sister among them. On the steps again, she went quickly, her legs trembling from the non-stop effort. Her muscles burned with the need of a rest, but she gave them none. Instead, she pushed faster when she had the chance. On an empty flight of stairs between two landings screened from sight because they turned from different directions, Jensen raced recklessly down. She slowed again when a couple, arm in arm, their heads close together as they giggled over whispered words, reached the landing below and headed up. The air grew colder as she descended. On one level, with guards thick as flies in a barn in spring, one of the soldiers looked right into her eyes and smiled. Stunned to a stop for an instant, she realized that he was smiling at her as a man smiled at a woman, not as a killer smiled at his victim. She returned the smile, polite, warm, but not so much as to give the impression that she was encouraging him. Jensen pulled her cloak tight and turned down the next flight of stairs. When she glanced over her shoulder as she turned the corner on a landing, he stood above, one hand on the rail, watching her. He smiled again and waved a farewell before turning back to his duties. Unable to contain her fear, Jensen sprinted down the stairs 2 at a time and ran down the hall, past small stands selling food, brooches, and finely decorated daggers, past visitors sitting on stone benches set before the marble balustrade, on toward the next flight of stairs, until she realized that people were staring at her. She stopped running and fell casually into walking, trying to flounce to make it look as if she had just been dashing from youthful vivacity. The tactic worked. She saw the people who had been eyeing her seem to chalk it up as nothing more than a spirited girl dashing along. They turned back to their own business. Since it worked, Jensen intermittently used the same trick and was able to make better time. Breathing hard from the long descent, she finally made it to the cave-like entrance with the hissing torches. Since there were so many soldiers at the portal into the great plateau, she slowed and walked close behind an older couple to make it look as if she might be a daughter with her parents. The couple was engaged in a spirited debate of a friend's chances of making a go of it with his new shop selling wigs up in the palace. The woman thought it a good business. The man thought his friend would run out of willing sellers of their hair and would end up spending too much of his time looking for more. Jensen could imagine no more foolish conversation when a man had been taken prisoner and was about to be tortured and probably put to death. To Jensen, the Daharan palace was nothing more than a vile death trap. She had to get Sebastian out of there. She would get him out. Neither one of the couple noticed Jensen close behind, head bowed, matching their slow pace. The gaze of guards skimmed over the 3 of them. At the mouth of the opening, cold wind swept in to take the breath from Jensen's lungs. After being in the lamp-lit darkness for so long, she had to squint at the expanse of bright daylight. As soon as they were in the open-air market, she turned down one of the makeshift streets, hurrying to find Irma, the sausage lady. Stretching her neck, she looked about for the red scarf as she rushed down the rows of stalls. The places that before had seemed so splendid now looked shabby after she had been in the palace. In the whole of her life, Jensen had never seen anything like the People's Palace. She could not imagine how a place of such beauty could hold such ugliness as the House of Rahl. A hawker pushed in close.
"Charms for the lady. Good luck for sure."
Jensen kept walking. His breath stank.
"Special charms with magic. Can't go wrong for a silver penny."
"No, thank you." He walked sideways, right close in front of her, but off to the side a bit.
"Just a silver penny, my lady."
She thought she would trip over the man's feet. "No, thank you. Please leave me be now."
"A copper penny, then."
"No." Jensen shoved him each time he bumped into her as he pushed in close, yammering about his charms. He kept putting his face in front of hers, looking back up at her as he stooped and shuffled along, grinning at her.
"Good charms they are, my lady."
He kept bumping her as she tried to walk, as she craned her neck looking for the red scarf.
"Good luck for you."
"No," I said. Almost stumbling over the man, she gave him a stiff shove. "Please leave me be." Jensen sighed in relief as an older man came past going in the opposite direction, and the hawker turned to him. She could hear his voice fade behind, trying to sell the man a magic charm for a silver penny. She thought about the irony that here this man was offering magic, and she turned it down because she was in a hurry to be off to try to get magic from someone else. Past an empty space before a table with wine casks, Jensen halted abruptly. She looked up and saw the 3 brothers. One was pouring wine into a leather goblet for a customer, while the other 2 were lifting a full cask from the back of their wagon. Jensen turned and stared at the empty place. That was where Irma had been. Her heart felt as if it came up in her throat. Irma had their horses. Irma had Betty. In a panic, she seized the arm of the man behind the table as the customer departed. "Please, could you tell me where Irma is?" He looked up, squinting in the sunlight.
The sausage lady?
Jensen nodded. "Yes, where is she? She couldn't be gone already. She had her sausages to sell."
The man grinned. She said that being beside us selling our wine had helped sell her sausages faster than she ever sold them before.
Jensen could only stare. "She's gone?"
Too bad, too. Having sausages for sale next to us really helped sell wine. People ate those spicy goat sausages of hers and had to have some of our wine.
"Her what?" Jensen whispered. The man's smile flagged.
Her sausages. What's wrong, ma'am? You look as if a spirit from the underworld just tapped you on the shoulder.
"What did you say she sells? Goat sausages?" He nodded, looking concerned.
Among others. I tried them all, but I liked the spicy goat sausages best.
He lifted a thumb over his shoulder, indicating his two brothers.
Joe liked her beef sausages best, and Clayton, well, he liked the pork. But I favored her goat sausages.
Jensen was shivering, and it wasn't the cold. "Where is she? I have to find her." The man scratched his head of disheveled blonde hair.
I'm sorry, but I don't know. She comes here to sell sausages. Most folks around here have seen her before. She's a nice lady, always a smile and a good word.
Jensen felt freezing tears run down her cheeks. "But where is she? Where does she live? I have to find her." The man grasped Jensen's arm as if fearing she might fall.
Sorry, ma'am, but I don't know. Why? What's wrong?
"She has my animals, my horses, and Betty."
Betty?
"My goat. She has them. We paid her to watch them until we got back."
Oh.
He looked gloomy to have no better news for her.
Sorry, her sausages pretty much sold steady till they were gone. It usually takes her all day long to sell what she cooks up, but sometimes it just goes better, I guess. After her sausages were gone, she sat around and talked to us for a long spell. Finally, she let out a sigh and said she had to get home.
Jensen's mind raced. The world felt as if it were spinning around her. She didn't know what to do. She felt dazed, confused. Jensen had never felt so alone. "Please," she said, her voice choked with tears. "Please, could I rent one of your horses?"
Our horses? Then how would we get our wagon home? Besides, they're draft horses. We don't have any saddle or tack for riding or any...
"Please, I have gold." Jensen groped at her belt. "I can pay." Feeling around at her waist, she couldn't find her small leather pouch with her gold and silver coins. Jensen threw back her cloak, searching. There on her belt, beside her knife, she found only a small piece of a leather thong, parted cleanly. "My purse. My purse is gone." She couldn't get her breath. "My money." The man's face sagged with sorrow as he watched her pull the remnant of the drawstring from her belt.
There are wicked people prowling around, looking to steal.
"But I need it." He fell silent. She looked back behind, searching for the hawker selling charms. It all flashed back through her mind. He had bumped into her, jostled her. He was really cutting her purse. She couldn't even recall what he looked like, just that he was scruffy and ill-kept. She hadn't wanted to look at his face, meet his eyes. She couldn't seem to get her breath as she frantically looked this way and that, trying to find the man who had stolen her money. "No," she whined, too overcome to know what to say. "No, oh, please, no." She sank down, sitting on the ground beside the table. "I need a horse. Dear spirits, I need a horse." The man hurriedly poured wine in a cup and squatted down beside her as she sobbed.
Here, drink this.
"I have no money," she managed to get out as she wept. "No charge," he said, giving her a sympathetic, lopsided smile of straight white teeth.
It'll help. Drink it down.
The other two blonde-headed brothers, Joe and Clayton, stood behind the table, hands in their pockets, heads lowered with regret for the woman their brother was tending to. The man tipped the cup up, trying to get her to drink as she cried. Some spilled down her chin, some went in her mouth, and she had to swallow it.
Why do you need a horse? The man asked.
I have to get to Althea's place.
Althea? The old sorceress?
Jensen nodded as she wiped wine from her chin and tears from her cheeks.
Have you been invited out there?
No, Jensen admitted, but I have to go.
Why?
It's a matter of life or death. I need Althea's help or a man could die.
Crouching beside her, still holding the cup he'd used to give her a drink, his eyes turned from looking into hers to take in her ringlets of red hair under her hood. The big man put his hands on his knees and stood, going back to his brothers to let her be, as she tried but failed to halt her desperate tears. Jensen wept with worry for Betty, too. Betty was Jensen's friend and companion, and a connection to her mother. The poor goat probably felt abandoned and unloved. Jensen would give anything just then to see Betty's little upright tail wagging. She told herself that she couldn't just sit there acting like a child. It would accomplish nothing. She had to do something. There could be no help in the shadow of Lord Ral's palace, and she had no money to help her. She couldn't depend on anyone, except Sebastian, and he had no hope of help but from her. Now his life depended on her actions alone. She couldn't sit there feeling sorry for herself. If her mother had taught her anything, she had taught Jensen better than this. She had no idea what to do to rescue Betty, but she at least knew what she had to attempt in order to help Sebastian. That was what was most important, and what she had to do. She was wasting precious time. Jensen stood, angrily wiping the tears from her face, and then put a hand to her brow to shield her eyes from the sun. She had been in the palace a long time, so it was hard to judge, but she figured it to be late afternoon. Taking into account the sun's position in the sky at the time of year, she judged which way was west. If only she had Rusty, she could make better time. If only she had her money, she could rent or buy another horse. No sense yearning for what was gone and couldn't be recovered. She would have to walk. "Thank you for the wine," Jensen said to the blonde-headed man standing there fidgeting as he watched her.
Not at all, he said, as he cast his gaze downward.
As she started away, he seemed to gather his courage. He stepped out into the dusty road and grabbed her by the arm.
Hold on there, ma'am. What are you thinking of doing?
"A man's life depends on my getting out to Althea's place. I've no choice. I have to walk."
What man? What's going on that his life would hinge on you seeing Althea?
Jensen, looking up into the man's sky-blue eyes, gently pulled her arm away. Big and blond, with his strong jaw and muscular build, he reminded her of the men who had murdered her mother. "I'm sorry, but I can't say." Jensen held the hood of her cloak tight against a bitter gust of wind as she struck out again. Before she had taken a dozen steps, he took several long strides and gently grasped her under her upper arm again to drag her to a halt.
Look, he said in a quiet voice when she scowled at him, do you even have any supplies?
Jensen's scowl withered, and she had to fight back the tears of frustration.
"Everything is with our horses. The sausage lady, Irma, has everything. Except my money. The cut purse has that."
"So you have nothing?"
It wasn't a question so much as scorn for so simple-minded a plan.
"I have myself, and I know what I must do."
"And you intend to strike out for Althea's in the winter on foot without any supplies?"
"I've lived in the woods my whole life. I can get by."
She pulled, but his big hand held her arm securely.
"Maybe so, but the Azrith Plains aren't the woods. There's nothing to help you make a shelter. Not a stick of wood to make a fire. After the sun sets, it'll get as cold as the keeper's heart. You don't have any supplies or anything. What are you going to eat?"
This time she more forcefully jerked her arm away and succeeded in freeing it.
"I don't have any other choice. You may not understand that, but there are some things that you have to do, even if it means risking your own life, or else life means nothing and isn't worth living."
Before he could stop her again, Jensen ran into the river of people moving along the makeshift streets. She pushed her way through the crowds, past people selling food and drink she could not buy. It all served to remind her that she had not eaten since the sausage that morning. The knowledge that Sebastian might not live to have another meal gave urgency to her steps. She turned down the first road going west. With the southern winter sun on the left side of her face, she thought about the sunlight in the palace when she had been at the devotion, and how much it felt like her mother's embrace. Chapter 19. Jensen wove her way among the people below the plateau, making her way down the haphazard streets, imagining she was stepping among trees, moving through the forests where she felt most at home. That was where she wished she were, in a quiet forest, sheltered among the trees, with her mother, the both of them watching Betty nibble on tender shoots. Some of the people pausing at stalls, or the merchants behind tables, or those strolling along, cast a gaze in Jensen's direction, but she kept her head bowed and continued along at a brisk pace. She was worried sick about Betty. The sausage lady, Irma, sold goat meat. That was no doubt why she wanted to buy Betty in the first place. The poor goat was probably heartsick and terrified at being taken away by a stranger. As sick as Jensen was over Betty, though, and as much as she ached to go find her and have her back, she couldn't put that desire ahead of Sebastian's life. Passing stands selling food only served to remind her of how hungry she was, especially after the effort of climbing all the stairs up to the palace. She hadn't eaten since that morning, and wished she could buy something to eat now, but there was no hope of that. People cooked over open fires made with wood they no doubt had brought with them. Pans sizzled with butter, garlic, and spices. Smoke from roasting meats drifted past. The aromas were intoxicating and made her hunger nearly unbearable. When her mind wandered to her hunger, Jensen thought about Sebastian. Every moment she delayed could mean another lash of a whip for him, another cut, another twist to a limb, another broken bone, another moment of agony. The thought of it made bile rise in the back of her throat. No wonder he was here to help in the struggle to defeat Dahara. A thought even more terrifying abruptly jolted her. Mord Sith. Wherever Jensen had traveled with her mother throughout Dahara, no one feared anything or anyone more than they feared the Mord Sith. Their ability to inflict pain and suffering was legend. It was said that this side of the Keeper's hand, a Mord Sith existed without peer. What if the Daharans used one of those women to torture Sebastian? Even though he had no magic, that wouldn't matter. With that Aegil of theirs, and who knew what else, the Mord Sith could hurt anyone. They simply had the added ability to capture a person with magic. A person without magic, like Sebastian, would be nothing but a brief blood sport to a Mord Sith. The crowds thinned as she reached the edge of the open-air market. The temporary lane she was on dwindled to nothing as it reached the last stall, occupied by a lanky man selling leather tack and piles of used wagon fittings. There was nothing beyond his heavily loaded wagon full of pieces and parts but desolate open land. An endless file of people moved along the road going south. She could see a haze of dust in the air, marking the more distant sections of the road south, along with others branching off to the southwest and southeast. No road went west. A few people at the fringe of the marketplace glanced her way as she struck out, alone, toward the lowering sun. While some people might have looked her way, none followed into the wasteland that was the Azrith Plains. Jensen was relieved to be alone. Being around people had proven as dangerous as she had always feared. The market scene was quickly left behind as she marched west. Jensen slid her hand in under her cloak, feeling the reassuring presence of her knife. Lying against her body, it was warm to the touch, as if it were a living thing rather than silver and steel. At least the thief had taken her money and not her knife. Given a choice of the two, she would rather have the knife. She had lived her whole life without much money, her and her mother providing for themselves, but a knife was vital to that means of survival. If you lived in a palace, you needed money. If you lived out of doors, you needed a knife, and she had never seen a better knife than this one, despite its provenience. Her fingers idly traced the ornate letter R on the silver handle. Some people needed a knife even if they lived in a palace, she guessed.
She turned back to look and was relieved to see that no one followed her. The plateau had shrunk in the distance until all the people below it looked like slow little ants moving about. It was good to be away from the place, but she knew she would have to return after seeing Althea if she was to rescue Sebastian. As she walked backward for a spell to gain a reprieve from the icy wind in her face, her gaze rose along the road, switching back and forth up the steep cliffs to the massive stone walls surrounding the palace itself. Coming in from the south, she hadn't seen the road. At one place along its length, a bridge spanned a particularly treacherous gap in the rock. The bridge was pulled up. As if the cliff itself were not deterrent enough, the high stone walls around the people's palace would defeat any attempt to get inside unless you were allowed in. She hoped it would not be that hard to get in to see Althea. Somewhere in that vast complex, Sebastian was held prisoner. She wondered if he thought himself forever abandoned, as Betty probably did. She whispered a prayer to the good spirits, asking that he not give up hope, and that the good spirits somehow let him know she was going to get him out. When she tired of walking backward and of seeing the people's palace, she turned around. Then she had to endure the wind buffeting her, sometimes ripping the breath right out of her mouth. Sharp gusts kicked the dry, gritty ground up into her eyes. The land was flat, dry, and featureless, mostly hardpan cut through here and there with a swath of coarse, sandy soil. In places, the tawny landscape was stained a darker brown, as if strong tea had been stirred through. There was only occasional vegetation, and that was a low, scruffy plant, now winter brown and brittle. Gathered to the west lay a ragged line of mountains. The one in the center looked like it might have snow on top, but it was hard to tell against the sun. She had no guess at how far it was. Being unfamiliar with such land, she found it difficult to judge distances out on the plain. It could be hours or even days for all she knew. At least she didn't have to trudge through snow, as they often had to do on their way up to the people's palace. Jensen realized that, even in winter, she was going to need water. She guessed that in a swamp there would be water aplenty. She realized, too, that the woman who had given her directions said that it was a long way, but hadn't described what was to her a long way. Maybe to her a long way was what Jensen would consider only a brisk walk of a few hours. Maybe the woman had meant days. Jensen whispered a prayer under her breath that it wouldn't be days, even though she didn't at all relish the idea of going into a swamp. When a sound rose to rattle through the wind, she turned and saw a plume of dust rising in the distance behind her. She squinted, finally recognizing that it was a wagon coming her way. Jensen turned all the way around, scanning the barren country, trying to see if there was any place she could hide. She didn't like the idea of being caught out in the open all alone. It occurred to her that men from back in the open-air market might have watched her leave, and then planned to wait until she was all alone with no one around to come out and attack her. She started running. Since the wagon was coming from the palace, she ran the direction she had been walking, west, toward the dark slash of mountains. As she ran, she sucked frigid gasps of air so cold it hurt her throat. The plain stretched out before her without so much as a crack to hide in. She focused on the dark line of mountains, running for them with all her effort, but even as she ran, she knew they were too far. Before long, Jensen forced herself to stop. She was acting foolish. She couldn't outrun horses. She bent at her waist, hands on her thighs, catching her breath, watching the wagon come for her. If someone was coming out to attack her, then running, using up her strength, was about as senseless a thing as she could do. She turned back to face the sun and kept walking, but at a pace that wouldn't wear her out. If she was going to have to fight, she should at least not be winded. Maybe it was only someone going home, and they would turn in a different direction. She had only spotted them because of the noise of the wagon and the dust it raised. They probably didn't even see her walking. The chilling thought washed through her. Maybe a moored Sith had already tortured a confession out of Sebastian. Maybe one of those merciless women had already broken him. She feared to think what she would do if someone were methodically going about snapping her bones in two. Jensen could not honestly say what she would do under such excruciating torture. Maybe, under unendurable agony, he had given them Jensen's name. He knew all about her. He knew Darken Rahl was her father. He knew Richard Rahl was her half-brother. He knew she wanted to go to the sorceress for help. Maybe they had promised him they would stop if Sebastian gave her up. Could she blame him for a betrayal under such conditions? Maybe the wagon racing toward her was full of big, grim Daharan soldiers come to capture her. Maybe the nightmare was only about to begin in earnest. Maybe this was the day she lived in fear of. As tears of fright stung her eyes, Jensen slipped her hand under her cloak and checked to be sure that her knife was free in its scabbard. She lifted it slightly, then pushed it back down, feeling its reassuring metallic click as it seated in its sheath. The minutes dragged as she walked, waiting for the wagon to catch her. She fought to keep her fear in check and tried to run through in her mind everything her mother had taught her about using a knife. Jensen was alone, but she was not helpless. She knew what to do. She told herself to remember that. If there were too many men, though, nothing would help her. She recalled only too vividly how the men at her house had grabbed her and how helpless she had then been. They had caught her by surprise, but of course it mattered not how, really. They had caught her. That was all that mattered. If not for Sebastian. When she turned again to check, the wagon was bearing down on her. She planted her feet, keeping her cloak lifted open slightly so she could reach in and snatch her knife, surprising her attacker. Surprise could be her valuable ally, too, and the only one she could hope to summon. She saw then a lopsided grin of straight teeth beaming at her. The big blond man drew his wagon close, scattering gravel and raising dust. As he set the brake, the dust drifted away. It was the man from market, the man beside Irma's place, the man who had given her the drink of wine. He was alone. Unsure of his intent, Jensen kept her tone curt and her knife hand at the ready. "What are you doing out here?" He still wore the grin.
"I came out to give you a ride."
"What about your brothers?"
"I left them back at the palace."
Jensen didn't trust him. He had no reason to come give her a ride. "Thank you, but I think you had better go back to your own business." She started walking. He hopped down off the wagon, landing with a thud. She turned to be ready should he come at her.
"Look, I wouldn't feel right about it," he said.
"About what?"
"I could never forgive myself if I just stood by and let you go out here to your death, which is what it will be with no food, no water, no nothing. I thought about what you said, that there are some things that you have to do, or else life means nothing and isn't worth living. I couldn't live with myself if I knew you were out here going to your death."
His tenacity faltered, and his voice turned more pleading.
"Come on, climb up in the wagon and let me give you a ride."
"What about your brothers? Before I found out I'd lost my money, you wouldn't rent me a horse because you said you had to get back." He hooked a thumb behind his belt, resigned to having to explain himself.
"Well, we've been doing so well at selling wine today that we made a goodly sum. Joe and Clayton were wanting to stay at the palace anyway and have a little fun for a change. It was that Irma selling her spicy sausages right beside us that did it."
He shrugged.
"So, since she helped us do so well, it gives me a chance to come help you. Since she took your horses and supplies, I figure that giving you a ride is the least I can do. Kind of makes it even out a little. It's just a ride. It's not like I'm risking my life or something. Just a bit of help I'm offering someone who I know needs it."
Jensen surely could use help, but she feared to trust this stranger.
"I'm Tom," he said, as if reading her thoughts. "I'd be grateful if you would let me do this to help you."
"What do you mean?"
"Like you said, some things you have to do to make life a little more meaningful."
The briefest of glances took in her ringlets of red hair beneath the cloak's hood before turning solemn.
"That's the way it would make me feel. Grateful to have done something like that."
She broke the gaze first. "I'm Jensen, but I don't—"
"Come along, then. I have some wine."
"I don't like wine. It only makes me thirsty." He shrugged.
"I have plenty of water. I brought along some meat pies, too. They're still hot, I bet, if you hurry and have some now."
She studied his blue eyes. blue like her bastard father's. Even so, this man's eyes had a simple sincerity about them. His smile wasn't cocky, but modest. "Don't you have a wife to get back to?" This time it was Tom who broke the gaze to look at the ground. "No, ma'am. I'm not married. I travel around a lot. I don't imagine a woman would much take to that kind of life. Besides, it doesn't afford me much of a chance to come to know anyone well enough to be thinking about marriage. Someday, though, I dearly hope to find a woman who would want to share life with me, a woman who makes me smile, a woman I can live up to." Jensen was surprised to see that the very question made his face go red. It seemed to her as if his boldness in talking to her and offering her this ride might be more forward than his customary conduct. As affable as he was, he appeared painfully shy. Something about a man that big and strong being intimidated by her, a lone woman in the middle of nowhere, by her question about matters of the heart, put her at ease. "If I'm not harming you, your business at earning a living—" "No," he put in. "No, you're not. Not at all." He gestured back toward the plateau. "We made a good profit today, and we can afford a short rest. My brothers don't mind at all. We travel all over and buy whatever goods we can find at a reasonable price, everything from wine to carpets to spring chickens, and then we haul it back here to sell. It would really be doing my brothers a favor, giving them a break." Jensen nodded. "I could use the ride, Tom." He turned serious. "I know. A man's life is at stake." Tom scrambled up onto the wagon and held down a hand. "Careful, ma'am." She took his big hand and put a boot in the iron rung. "I'm Jensen." "So you said, ma'am." He gently drew her up to the seat. As soon as she was seated, he pulled a blanket from behind and placed it in a pile in her lap, apparently not wanting to be so presumptuous as to spread it out over her. As she arranged it on her lap, she smiled her appreciation for the warm wool cover. Reaching behind again, he rooted around under a pile of well-worn packing blankets and came up with a small bundle. Tom grinned his lopsided smile as he presented her with the pie wrapped in a white cloth. He was as good as his word. It was still warm. He recovered a water skin, too, and set it on the seat between them. "If you'd prefer, you can ride in the back. I brought plenty of blankets to keep you warm, and they might be more comfortable to sit on than a wooden seat." "I'm fine up here for now," she said. She lifted the pie in gesture. "When I get my supplies back and my money, I want to pay you back for everything. You keep a tally, and I'll pay you back for it all." He released the brake and flicked the reins. "If that's your wish, but I don't expect it." "I do," she said, as the wagon lurched ahead. As soon as they were under way, he turned from her westerly course to a more northwest line. She instantly reverted to her suspicion. "What are you doing? Where do you think you're going?" He looked a little startled at her renewed mistrust. "You said you wanted to go to Althea's, didn't you?" "Yes, but I was told to go west until I reached the tallest snow-capped mountain, and then on the other side to turn north and follow cliffs." "Oh," he said, realizing then what she was thinking and why. "That's if you wanted to take an extra day." "Why would that woman tell me to go a way that would take more time?" "Probably because that's the way everyone goes to Althea's, and she didn't know you were in a hurry." "Why send people that way if it takes more time?" "People go that way because they fear the swamp. That way puts you in closest to Althea's at the end, meaning you have to go through the least amount of the swamp. It was probably the only way she knew about." Jensen had to grab the rail for support as the wagon bounced over a crease in the rocky ground. He was right. The wooden seat was hard sitting, and with a wagon made for hauling heavy loads, it bounced more when empty. "But shouldn't I fear the swamp, too?" she finally asked. "I suppose." "Well, then, why should I go this other way?" He looked over again, taking the briefest glance at her hair. It was a behavior she was used to. Most people couldn't help but to look. "You said a man's life was at stake," he said, his timidity gone. "It takes a lot less time this way, cutting the corner off the route by going this side of that peak she told you about, and not having to go up that twisting canyon between the cliffs. The problem is you have to go in the swamp from the back, so you'll have more of the swamp to go through to get into Althea's." And that doesn't take more time? Going through more swamp?
Yes, but even with having to go through more swamp, I'm betting you'll still save a day each way. That's 2 days saved.
Jensen didn't like swamps. More to the point, she didn't like the kinds of things that lived in swamps.
Is it much more dangerous?
You wouldn't strike out alone with no supplies if it wasn't pretty important. A matter of life and death. If you were willing to risk your life to do that, then I figured you'd be looking to save any time you can. If you'd rather, though, I can take you the long way, with less distance through the swamp. Up to you, but if time is important, it's 2 days more by going that way.
No, you're right.
The meat pie on her lap was warm. It felt good to have her fingers around it. He was a thoughtful man for bringing it.
Thank you, Tom, for thinking to save time.
Who is it that's at the other end of life and death?
A friend, she said.
Must be a good friend.
I'd be dead now if not for him.
He was silent as they rolled toward the dark band of mountains in the distance. She brooded about what might lie in the swamp. Worse, she worried about what would happen to Sebastian if she didn't get Althea's help soon enough.
How long? Jensen asked. How long till we get to the swamp?
Depends on how much snow is in the pass and on a few other things. I don't go this way often, so I can't say for sure. If we ride all night, though, I'm reasonably sure we can be to the back reaches of the swamp by morning.
How long to get to Althea's, then? Through the swamp, I mean.
He glanced over uneasily.
Sorry, Jensen, but I don't know for sure. I've never been in Althea's swamp before.
Any guess?
Just knowing the lay of the land, I don't think it should take more than a day to go in and come back, but I'm guessing. And that doesn't count how much time you'll be spending in there with Althea.
His uneasiness returned.
I'll get you into Althea's as quickly as I can.
Jensen had to talk to Althea about the Lord Rahl, both her father and the present Lord Rahl, Richard, her half-brother. It would not be good if Tom were to discover who she was or her purpose. His helpfulness would evaporate at the least. She also thought that a reason for him to stay behind might be in order, lest he get suspicious. She shook her head. I think it would be best if you stayed with the wagon and horses. If you drive all night, then you'll need to get some rest to be ready as soon as I come out. It will save us time. He nodded as he considered her words.
That makes sense. But I could still...
No, I appreciate the ride, the food, and water, and the warm blanket, but I won't let you risk your life in there, too. It would be the most help if you waited with the wagon and were ready to drive back when I come out. She watched the wind in his blonde hair as he thought it over.
All right, if those are your wishes. I'm glad you let me help you with my part of it. Where to after you see Althea?
Back to the palace, she said.
Then with good fortune, I'll have you back at the palace day after tomorrow.
That was 3 days for Sebastian. She didn't know if he had 3 days or 3 hours or even 3 minutes. As long as there was a chance he was still alive, though, she had to go into the swamp. Despite Jensen's misgivings about the job ahead of her, the meat pie tasted wonderful. Hungry as she was, nearly anything would have tasted good. She pulled a big piece of meat out of the pie and, holding it between a finger and thumb, fed it to Tom. After he chewed, he said,
The moon will be up not long after sundown, so by the time I reach the pass through the mountains, I should be able to see well enough to keep going. There's plenty of blankets in back. When night comes, you should probably crawl back there, and if you can, get some sleep for tomorrow. You'll be needing the rest. In the morning, I'll catch a nap while you go in to see Althea. When you come back, I'll drive all night and get you right back to the palace. I hope that way we can save enough time for you to help your friend.
She swayed in the seat along with the big man she had only just met, who was doing all this for a stranger.
Thank you, Tom. You're a good man.
He grinned.
My mama always said so.
Just as she took another bite, he added,
I hope Lord Rahl thinks so, too. You'll tell him when you see him, won't you?
She didn't know what he could possibly mean and feared to ask him. As her mind raced, she chewed, using her mouthful as an excuse to delay. Saying anything might inadvertently get her into trouble. Sebastian's life was at stake. Jensen decided to smile and play along. She finally swallowed the mouthful.
Of course.
By the slight but sublime smile that lent a curve to the line of his mouth as he tended the reins and watched out ahead, it had been the right answer. Chapter 20. Light suddenly hurt her eyes. Jensen held a hand up against the brightness and saw that Tom was pulling the blankets back off her. She stretched and yawned, but then, realizing fully why she was in the back of a wagon, where they were, and why they were there, her yawn cut short. She sat up. The wagon was stopped at the edge of a grassy meadow. Jensen put a hand on the side of the wagon, on the coarse plank worn smooth along the top edge, and blinked as she looked about. Behind them, craggy gray rock rose up, holding in its cracks and fissures low, stalwart bushes, gnarled and hunkered low, as if against an enduring wind. Her gaze rose up the weathered rock to where it dissolved into mist. Tangled growth lay at the foot of the walls beyond the edges of the meadow and beside the narrow chasm that cut through the rock. Tom had somehow jockeyed the wagon between those steep cliffs. The two big draft horses, still standing in their harnesses, cropped at the shaggy grass. Ahead, beyond the meadow, the ground descended into the gloom among spreading trees, trailers of vine, and hanging moss. Strange calls, clicks, and whistles came from under the verdant shroud. In the middle of winter, was all she could think to say. Tom lifted the feed bags from the back of the wagon.
Might be a nice place to spend the winter, too.
He gestured with a nod down the hill under the tangle of growth.
Were it not for what people say comes out of there. If it weren't true, I'd bet there would be some fool who by now would have tried to give it a go here. But if they have, they were pulled in there by some nightmare creature and never made it back out.
You mean you really think here are monsters or something in there?
He rested his forearms on the wagon's sides as he leaned in right over her.
Jensen, I don't hold with scaring ladies. When I was a boy, some of the other boys enjoyed waving a wriggling snake at the girls just to hear them scream. I never did. I'm not trying to frighten you. But I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just allowed you to go bounding in there as if it were some lark, and then you ended up never coming out. Maybe it's just talk, I don't know. I've never gone in there. I don't know anyone who has ever gone in there without being invited in. And that's from the other side. People say you can't go in the back and live to tell about it. If anyone would insist on attempting it, it would be you. I know you're here for an important reason, so I don't expect you're going to sit around for days waiting for an invitation.
Jensen swallowed. Her tongue tasted sour. She nodded her thanks, not knowing what to say. Tom swiped back his fall of blonde hair.
I just wanted to tell you the truth of what I know.
He hoisted the feed bags on his way to the horses. Whatever was in there was in there. She had to go in. That was all there was to it. She didn't have any choice. If she wanted to get Sebastian away from his captors, she had to go in. If she ever wanted to be free of Lord Rahl, she had to go in. She reached under her cloak and touched the hilt of her knife. She wasn't some town girl scared of her own shadow, unable to defend herself. She was Jensen Rahl. Jensen pushed the blankets the rest of the way off her and climbed out of the wagon bed, using a rear wheel spoke for a step. Tom was coming back around, carrying a water skin.
Drink? It's water. I kept it hooked over the hames so the horses would keep it from freezing.
The cold had dried her out, and she drank eagerly. She saw Tom wipe sweat from his brow and realized only then how warm it really was. She supposed no proper, self-respecting swamp full of monsters would allow itself to be frozen over. Tom pulled back the folds of cloth of something he held in one hand.
Breakfast?
She smiled at seeing a meat pie.
You're a thoughtful man, besides being a good man.
He grinned as he handed her the pie, and then turned to undo the trace chains from the horses.
Don't forget, you promised to tell Lord Rahl,
he called back to her. Rather than be pulled into any kind of conversation having to do with her hunter, she diverted him from the subject.
You'll be right here, then? When I come back, I mean? You'll be waiting so we can get back?
He peered back as he lifted the breeching strap over the horse's rump.
You have my word, Jensen. I won't desert you here.
By his expression, he was swearing an oath. She smiled her appreciation. You should get some rest. You've driven all night.
I'll try.
She took another bite of the meat pie. It was cold, but good, and it was filling. As she chewed, she glanced at the wall of green beyond the meadow, at the darkness within, then appraised the iron-gray sky. Any idea what time of day it is?
Sun's been up an hour at most,
he said, as he checked the joints on the leather straps. He gestured back the way they had come in.
Before we started down into this low place, we were up above this fog and mist. It was sunny up there.
As somber as it was below the dark overcast, such a notion amazed her. It looked like dawn had yet to arrive. It was hard to believe that the sun was shining not far off, but she had seen such heavy blankets of fog before as she looked down from high places. After she was finished eating the meat pie and had brushed the crumbs from her palm, Jensen stood waiting until Tom turned from unbuckling the girth strap from around the deep, powerful chest of one of his horses. Both big, well-kept animals were gray with black manes and tails. They were horses as big as any she had ever seen. They seemed out of scale until she took in Tom working beside them. He made them seem not quite so imposing, especially as he gave them affectionate strokes. They appeared to welcome his familiar touch. Both horses looked back occasionally at Tom as he removed all their gear or rolled a dark eye toward Jensen, but both kept much closer watch on the shadows beyond the edge of the meadow. Their ears were at attention and fixed on the swamp. I'd better get going. There's no time to waste. He offered a single nod. Thank you, Tom. If I don't get another chance to say it, thank you for helping me. Not many people would have done as you did. His shy grin appeared again to show his teeth.
Most anyone would have helped you, but I'm pleased to be the one who was able to.
She was sure he meant something that she didn't quite understand. Whatever it was, she had bigger worries. Her eyes turned toward the echoing calls coming out of the swamp. There was no telling how big the trees were because the tops disappeared up into the mist. As large as they looked, the trunks would have to be enormous. Vines descended out of the mist along with any number of other twisting, climbing plants, enshrouding the limbs of the huge trees as if trying to wrestle them down into the darkness below. Jensen searched the rim and found a ridge descending from the edge of the meadow, like the spine of some huge beast beneath the ground. It ran down in under the spreading limbs. It wasn't a path exactly, but a place to start. She had lived in the woods her whole life and could find a trail others would never know existed. There was no trail into this place. Nothing, it appeared, ever went in. She would have to find her own way. Jensen turned back from the edge of the meadow and shared a long look with the big man's blue eyes. He offered a small smile, respect for what she was doing.
May the good spirits be with you and watch over you.
And you, Tom. Get some sleep. When I get back, we'll need to ride hard back to the palace. He bowed.
By your command.
She smiled at his surprising manner and then turned to the gloom and headed down in. The swamp held heat gathered under its skirts. The humidity was like a presence waiting to push intruders back. With every step it grew darker. The quiet was as thick as the damp air, and the few calls reverberating through the darkness beyond only accentuated the hush and the vast distance that lay below. Jensen followed the spine of the ridge as it twisted this way and that, going ever lower. Branches of trees off to each side drooped with the weight of mosses and vines draped over them. In some places, as she stepped along the exposed rock of the ridge, she had to squat down to duck under the limbs. In other places, she had to push vines aside to make progress. The stink of decay drifted up to her through the dead, still air. Turning, looking back, she saw a tunnel of light back up to the meadow. In the center of the circle of dull light at the end, she could see the silhouette of a big man, standing, hands on hips, watching down at her. As dark as it was, he had no hope of seeing her. She could only see him because he stood against the light. but he stood watching anyway. Jensen couldn't decide what she thought about him. He was difficult to figure out. He seemed a kind-hearted man, but she trusted no one. Except Sebastian. She trusted him. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw, looking back, that the way she had come in was the only way to enter, at least anywhere close that she could see. There were steep walls where the rock dropped downward. The meadow had been like a mere shelf in the mountainside's descent into the swamp. Below the meadow, the walls held a wealth of plants that used the rock for support as they climbed upward from the swamp below. The ridge she used for her descent was a mere fold of rock that provided a way for her to climb down. Without it, the walls were too steep. Taking a deep breath for resolve as she gazed about, Jensen started back down, following the ridge of rock as it twisted its way down deeper and deeper in among the trees. In places, there were frightening drops to each side of where she walked. In one place, there was only darkness to each side below, as if she were on a thread of stone spanning a rupture in the world. After peering down into the depths and imagining the keeper of the underworld below awaiting the unwary, she trod more carefully. She soon came to realize that many of the trees she had seen up higher had only been the canopy of towering ancient oaks rising up from ledges in the rock. She realized that she had mistaken some of their upper limbs for trunks. Jensen had never seen trees so big. Her fear was almost replaced by awe. She gaped at the layer upon layer of massive limbs as she climbed down past them. In the distance, she saw nests, large clumps of twigs and stalks draped with downy moss and lichen perched in the crotch of limbs. If the nests were occupied, she didn't see what sort of bird could have built such imposing havens, but she guessed they had to be raptors. As she stooped, while clambering over rock to squeeze herself under a tightly woven net of limbs drooping down close over the spine of the ridge, the vista opened onto a vast land hidden under the thick leafy layers of the upper canopy. It was like a whole new world hidden away, unvisited by anyone before. Shafts of muted light hardly dared penetrate down this far. Here and there, vines hung down out of the dark growth above. Birds drifted silently through the cavernous gloom. An animal she had never heard before called from the distance. A faraway answer returned from another direction. As primitive and foreboding as the place seemed, she also thought it was darkly beautiful. It put her in mind of being in a garden of the underworld, where plants basked in eternal gloom. The underworld might be the keeper's cold domain, but the Creator's everlasting light nourished and warmed good souls. In a way, the swamp reminded her of so much about Dahara, dark, threatening, and dangerous, but at the same time achingly beautiful. In the same way, her knife embodied the ugliness of the House of Rahl, yet it was undeniably exquisite. Trees clung to the rocky slope around her with claw-like roots, as if fearing to be dragged down to what might lurk in the lower reaches. Some of the ancient pines, long dead, lay partly fallen, caught by their brethren before they could topple to the ground. The nearby trees embraced them, as if trying to help them up. Dead gray wood was visible in places under the covering of growth climbing up the tilted trunks. Many, though, had collapsed to the ground. One old tree lay across her way, as if it had melted there, conforming to every contour, every rise and fall of the ridge. The disintegrating wood was spongy underfoot and teeming with insects. Up in the branches, an owl watched as she scrambled ever downward. Ants marched along the ground, carrying bits of treasure from the damp forest. Roaches, big, hard, and glossy brown, skittered across the leaf litter. Things off in the dense undergrowth disturbed branches as they moved away from her. Jensen had spent a lifetime in forests, and had seen everything from huge bears to newborn fawns, birds to bugs, bats to newts. There were things that worried her, like snakes and bears with cubs, but she knew the animals well. For the most part, they feared people and usually wanted only to be left alone, so they generally didn't frighten her. But she didn't know what animals might be lurking in this dark and damp place, what poison things with fangs. She didn't know what conjured beasts might prowl the nether reaches of this sorceress's lair, beasts that feared nothing. She saw spiders, fat, dark, and hairy, their legs slowly raking the dank air, descending smoothly on threads anchored somewhere above. They vanished into the ferns, growing in sprawling mats across the ground. As warm and humid as it was, Jensen kept her cloak closed around her and the hood covering her head to better protect herself from the likes of spiders. The bite of a spider could be as deadly as any animal. Dead was dead no matter the cause. The keeper of the dead gave no special dispensation because the deadly poison came from something small and seemingly insignificant. The keeper of the dead embraced with eternal darkness those come into his domain for whatever reason. No grace was granted for how you came to be dead. As at home as Jensen felt in the out-of-doors, and as hauntingly beautiful as the swamp was, the place still kept her eyes wide and her pulse racing. Every vine or green wisp she touched seemed threatening, and more than once made her jump. The whole place felt as though death skulked nearby. And then, before her, the spine of rock, her only path down, ended in a still, flat, rank, moldering, mossy place, crisscrossed with a tangle of roots. It looked like the trees feared the murky wet and tried to keep their roots up out of it. To the sides, the ground was grown over with every sort of spreading vegetation. She spotted the distinctive shape of a leg bone sticking up from the muddy expanse to the side. The bone was covered with fuzzy green mold, but the general shape remained recognizable. What sort of animal it could be from, she didn't know. At least, she hoped it was an animal bone. She was surprised to come upon muddy spots that actually looked as if the mud were boiling. Gooey bubbles of dark brown mud bubbled as if at a slow boil, throwing gobs of the thick mud and releasing steam. Nothing grew in the sunken areas of bubbling mud. In some places, the mud had hardened into collections of short cones from which rose yellowish vapor. As Jensen carefully picked a path among the tangle of roots, between steaming vents and boiling mud, wending her way deeper into the shadows at the bottom, she saw that the muddy stretches began to be replaced by standing water. At first it was pools and puddles that boiled and hissed and released plumes of acrid vapor. As she left the hot springs behind, the water grew in size to ponds, surrounded by tall reeds reaching up toward clouds of tiny bugs flitting together in balls. Stagnant water finally took over in earnest, a forest floor that was dark and liquid. Dead trunks stood in the black water, sentinels watching over a land reeking of rot. The whoops and calls of animals carried across the water from places darker still. Duckweed grew in some areas near the edges, under leafy banks, welcoming the unwary with the look of green ground to tread more easily across. Jensen noticed eyes poked up through the duckweed, watching her pass nearby. The mossy ground became spongy until it, too, gradually lowered beneath the motionless water. At first, she could see the bottom, just inches below the glassy surface, but it went deeper until she could see only darkness below. Through that darkness, she saw shapes, darker yet, glide by. Jensen stepped from root to root, trying to keep her balance without having to put her hands to the often slimy trunks of trees for support. By staying on the protruding curves of roots, she didn't have to step down into water. She feared the water might hide a hole that could swallow her. With each step, as the roots standing above the surface of the water grew farther and farther apart, the knot in the pit of her stomach drew tighter. She hesitated, fearing she was going too far, that she would reach a place where she couldn't turn around. She couldn't really question her judgment that this was the best way in, because there had been no opportunity to make a choice. This had been the only way. She leaned down, squinting into the gloom, peering ahead past trailers of moss and leafy vines. Through the mist and shadows and undergrowth, she thought that not far ahead, the ground rose up again, offering a drier path. Taking a deep breath of the sultry air, Jensen extended her leg to step across to the next fat root, but she couldn't reach it. She squatted slightly and stretched harder, trying to span the patch of still water, but it was just too far. She straightened to reconsider. She was going to have to jump to the distant, thick bulge of root. It was more of a hop, really, than a jump. She just didn't like what would be under her if she slipped and fell. She also didn't want to have to balance on the lone root out in the expanse of water. If she jumped with enough speed and hit the root just right, she could spring off it to the far bank. She put her fingertips against the smooth but sticky trunk of tree for support. At least it wasn't slimy, which could make her hand slip at the worst possible moment. She studied the distance. As much of a reach as it was the closest place that offered a firm, dry step. With enough momentum, she could hop to the next root beyond on drier ground. Jensen took a deep breath, and then with a grunt of effort shoved away from the tree, bounding out over the span of open water. Just as she landed on the curve of tree root, the root moved underfoot. Her weight was committed. She couldn't reverse direction. The root, thicker than her ankle, suddenly writhed beneath her and disappeared. In an instant, a thick coil twisted back around, grasping her calf as another length of cold scales whipped up to seize her around her knee. It was all so fast that part of her was still going for the root that had grabbed her as another part of her was trying to recoil. Caught between where she'd left and where she was going, she had nothing to help her stay upright. Instinctively, Jensen grabbed for her knife, but as she did, the thing twisted violently, flinging her down face first. She threw her arms out to break her fall. Water frothed under her. She just caught the distant roots at the water's edge, real roots, wet but rough and woody under her clutching fingers. But even as she broke her fall, by desperately seizing the roots barely at the limit of her reach, she was welcomed into the embrace of an enormous snake surfacing from beneath her through the churning water. Chapter 21. Jensen strained with all her might, using the roots to try to pull herself free. She cried out as living coils wrenched her around, breaking her grip on the roots and flipped her onto her back. She frantically reached behind, splashing, groping, trying to snatch for another handhold. She reached, then stretched again, catching hold of thick roots with first one hand and then the other, just in time to prevent herself from being dragged under the water. The head came out of the depths to slink up across her stomach as if to inspect its stubborn prey. It was the biggest snake Jensen had ever seen. The body, covered in iridescent green scales, shimmered in the weak light as muscles along the powerful trunk flexed. The light intermittently played gleaming stripes along the length of it. Black bands sweeping back across the fierce yellow eyes made it look as if it were wearing a mask. Red tongue flicking, the dark head glided up between her breasts, coming for her face. Crying out, she shoved the head aside. In response, the muscular body twisted and contracted, grappled with her, drawing her out into the deeper water. Jensen's fingertips held fast to the roots. With all her might, she tried to pull herself out of the water, but the snake was too heavy and too strong. She tried to kick her legs, but the snake had them both now. The coils compressed, tugged, and dragged her in deeper. Coughing up water, Jensen fought panic that clawed at her just as fiercely, just as tenaciously, as if it too were a thing alive. She needed her knife. But to get the knife, she would have to let go of the roots. But if she let go, the beast would pull her down under the black water and drown her. One hand, she told herself. That was all she needed. One hand. She could get her knife if she let go with one hand. But as the unrelenting snake undulated, steadily working itself up her body, gripping her now around the middle, her panic locked her fingers all the tighter to the root. As the broad, flat head of the snake emerged from the water and once again began slinking up along her body, Jensen gripped the root as tight as she could in her left hand. With desperate resolve, she let her right hand go and thrust it under her cloak. Wet cloth bunched as she pushed. She couldn't get under it. The snake's jaw pressed against her chest, as if to let her know that next it was going to compress her lungs so she couldn't breathe. She sucked in her stomach and pushed with her fingers, trying to get them in under the snake, but the heavy body squeezed with paralyzing power against the length of her torso, preventing her from getting her hand in under her cloak to get her knife. As she struggled madly to get the weapon, wriggling, worming her fingers, the snake suddenly lurched, lifting heavy coils higher, pinning her arm to her body. With her one hand, she still tightly gripped the root behind. The weight of the thing, though, felt as if it would pull her arm from the socket if she didn't let go. She was absolutely certain that letting go would be the worst thing she could do. But the weight was too much. The snake was pulling her so hard that she feared the skin was going to strip from her fingertips. Despite her best effort, she felt her fingers slipping from the root. As tears of pain stung her eyes, she had no choice. She let go of the root. She plunged into the dark depths of deeper water. Her feet at last contacted the bottom. She used her momentum to go where she was pulled, letting her legs bend, and then with strength powered by terror, she pushed off the submerged roots. As her body flicked around, she seized the roots on the far side. The snake rolled with her, turning her on her back. She cried out as her shoulder twisted. But in all the movement, the splashing, the rolling, the choking on water, there was a brief opening in the snake's grip on her. She didn't waste it. She seized the silver handle. As the broad head with the thin red tongue flicking was again coming toward her face, she brought her knife up, wedging the tip of the blade up under the snake's jaw. The snake paused, seeming to recognize the threat that the razor-sharp point represented. Both were still, staring at each other. She felt giddy relief to at last have her knife in hand, even if it was a deadlock. Page 194. She was on her back, lying in water with a heavy snake wrapped around her. She wouldn't be able to balance or use her weight to help her. Her arm was weak from the struggle and ached from being twisted. She was exhausted. With all that working against her, it would be no easy matter to dispatch an animal so big and powerful. Even if they were on dry land, such a task would be difficult. The yellow eyes watched her. She wondered if it was a venomous snake. She hadn't yet seen its fangs. If it went for her face, she wondered if she could be quick enough to stop it. "I'm sorry I stepped on you," she said. She didn't actually believe the snake could understand her. She was, in a way, talking to herself, reasoning out loud. "We've both scared each other." The snake remained stone still as it watched her. The tongue remained inside the mouth. Its head, lifted several inches by the tip of the knife, could probably feel the sharp point. Maybe it conceived the threat of the blade as a fang. Jensen didn't know. She just knew that it would be better not to have to battle such a creature. She was in the water, the snake's domain, and out of hers. Knife or no knife, the outcome was not certain. Even if she killed it, the weight of the creature, its coils locked around her in a death grip, could still drag her under and drown her. Better to part without a battle if possible. "Go now," she whispered with deadly seriousness, "or I will have to try to kill you." She lifted the point of the knife to make herself understood in a language she was more confident the snake might possibly understand. Her legs began to throb as she felt the constriction ease. Inch by inch, the head drew back. Scaled coils loosened and slipped away from her body and legs, leaving her to feel suddenly buoyant. Jensen followed the head as it backed away, keeping the point of her knife under the thing's jaws, prepared at the slightest sign of threat to thrust with all her strength. Finally, it slipped back into the water. As soon as she was free of the weight, she scrambled up onto solid ground. She rested on her hands and knees, knife gripped in her fist, gasping for air, getting her breath, letting her frayed nerves settle. She had no idea what the snake thought or why, or if the same thing might work in another time and place, but this day it had, and she whispered a prayer of thanks to the good spirits. If indeed they had anything to do with her deliverance from death's scaly grip, she didn't want to fail to express her gratitude. With the back of her trembling hand, Jensen wiped tears of fright from her cheeks before rising up on shaky legs. She turned and looked out at the still black water lying beneath the overhanging leaves and mosses. In retrospect, she recalled her feet touching submerged roots. Looking back at the expanse of water she had crossed, she could see that perhaps the water had risen a few feet to cover the ground there. Maybe the land had sunk. Either way, if she had just carefully walked through the shallow area rather than tried to jump to the root-turned snake, it might have proven less troublesome. On the way back, she planned to cut herself a walking stick to help her wade through the low place to feel ahead, and she would take care not to step on a snake. Still catching her breath, Jensen turned back to the dark way ahead. She had yet to get to the sorceress's place, and she was wasting time standing around feeling sorry for herself. Sebastian needed her help, not for her to feel sorry for herself. She struck out once more, soaked to the skin. Fortunately, though it was winter, it was warm in the swamp. At least she wouldn't freeze. She remembered being wet when she and Sebastian fled her house after the quad murdered her mother. The ground was mere inches above the expanses of stagnant water, but with the profusion of roots woven through it firm enough to hold her weight. Where the water came over the ground, it was only for short expanses and shallow. Even though the water was only inches deep, Jensen stepped carefully, watching that the roots just below the surface were not lurking snakes. She knew that water snakes were some of the most dangerous. A poison snake, even if it was only a foot long, could kill a person. Like a spider, the size was immaterial if its venom was deadly. She came to another area where steam rose from fissures in the ground. Colored deposits, mostly yellow, crusted around the openings where the vapor rose. The smell gagged her, and she had to seek a way around that would allow her to breathe. The brush was thorny and thick. With her knife, she was able to cut several of the heavier branches and make it through to a shelf of rock against a rock wall. Following the narrow ledge, she skirted a dark pool of water. The surface moved with slow ripples as something beneath followed her movement. She kept her knife to hand, trying to watch her footing and keep an eye out for anything that might lunge at her out of the water. When she grabbed for a handhold and loose rock came away, almost making her lose her footing, she threw the rock in the water at the thing she couldn't see. It continued to follow her until she reached the far end, where she was able to climb up onto higher ground that took her into dense growth of tall shoots with broad leaves. It reminded her of moving through a field of corn stalks. Off through the stalks, she could see slow movement. She didn't know what it could be, but by the size of it, she didn't want to find out, and picked up the pace. Before long, she was running through the thick growth, dodging stems and ducking under branches. The trees grew in close again, and she was soon back to treading among the tangle of roots. They seemed endless, and progress was agonizingly slow. The day was wearing on. When she came to open areas, or at least open enough, she trotted to save time. She had been in the swamp for hours. It had to be close to the middle of the day. Tom had told her that he thought it might be a day of travel in and back out of the swamp. But she had been at it so long that she began to worry that she might have missed the sorceress's house. After all, there was no telling how wide the swamp was. She could easily have passed it by and never have seen it. She began to worry that that was exactly what had happened. What if she couldn't find the house? What would she do then? She didn't relish the idea of spending the night in the swamp. There was no telling what manner of creature would come out at night. She didn't think there was any chance of making a fire. The thought of being in this place in the dark with no hope of even the light of the moon or stars gripped her with fear. When she emerged at last on the shore of a broad lake, Jensen paused to catch her breath. Trees, fat at the bottom where they emerged from the water, stood like a series of poles supporting a low roof of green. The light was slightly brighter over the lake. To the right side was a wall of rock that provided not so much as a handhold, much less a way to traverse it. It dropped straight down into the water, suggesting how deep that end might be. Scanning the shore to the left, she was startled to see footprints. Jensen ran over and went to one knee to inspect the depressions in the soft ground. By the size of them, they looked to be made by a man, but were not fresh. She followed the prints along the shore and in a few places found fish scales from a catch that had been cleaned on the spot. The growth beyond was thick and tangled, but the grass and dry ground at the edge of the lake provided a good path, and the footprints hope. At the far side of the still lake, she followed the footprints along a well-worn path, through a dense stand of willow and up onto higher ground. When she peered through an open place in the vegetation, she spotted, off through the trees, beyond the tangled growth of brush and the veil of vines, up on a rise ahead,
though the world has moved on and
wood
we've
smoke
gone
curled from a
separate
chimney to blend into the
ways,
gray fog
I still
overhead,
hear
almost
the
as if the
echo
smoke itself
of
was
the words
creating
you
the
used
action
to
over again.
say. And
In
when
the
the
gray
world
gloom
is
of the
quiet
dark
and the
swamp,
night
light
is
comes
all I
from a
see,
window at the side of the house
I'll
and shone
listen
like a
to
golden
the
jewel,
echoes.
a beacon to
They'll
welcome the
always
lost,
bring
the
you
destitute, forsaken, and defenseless. The sight of her journey's end after so much terror and loss brought tears of relief. The tears might have been joy were it not for her dire need. Jensen hurried along
And when
the
the
path
world is
among the willow
quiet
and oak,
and the
up
night
through the
is
tangled
all I
undergrowth,
see,
past curtains of vines,
I'll
and soon
listen
reached the
to
house.
the echoes.
It was set on a foundation of
They'll
stone,
always bring you
painstakingly fit
to
without
me.
mortar. The walls were made of cedar logs. The roof overhung a narrow porch running around the side, with steps down the back to the path to the nearby lake from where she had come. Taking the steps two at a time, up to the narrow porch and following it around the house, brought her to a door flanked by pillars of stout logs supporting a simple but welcoming portico. From the door, down wide steps, was a broad and well-maintained path out through the swamp in front. That was the way people came when they were invited to visit the sorceress. After the way she had come in, it looked like a road. Wasting no time, Jensen knocked. Impatient, she rapped her knuckles again. Her knocking was interrupted when the door swung inward. An older man stood staring out at her in surprise. Gray hair was taking over from the dark brown and looked to have receded some, but it was still thick. He was neither lean nor stout, and average height. His clothes were not the clothes of a trapper or a man of the swamp, but those of a craftsman. His brown trousers, clean and well-kept, were not coarse, but a more expensively tightly woven fabric. Flecks of gold sparkled from his green shirt. He was the gilder, Friedrich. His discerning face scrutinized her more carefully, taking in the red hair under her hood.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked. His deep voice fit well with the rest of him, but it was none too friendly. "I came to see Althea, if I may." His eyes turned to the path, then back to her.
"How did you get here?"
By his suspicious expression after checking, she reasoned that he had some way of knowing if someone had been up the path. Jensen knew of such telltales. She and her mother used them all the time to be sure that no one had sneaked up on them. Jensen gestured off around the house. "I came in the other way, in the back, from beyond the lake."
"No one can go beyond the lake, not even me."
His brow of wiry black and gray hairs drew down without so much as considering her words or questioning her further.
"You're lying."
Jensen was stunned. "I'm not. I came the back way. It's urgent that I see your wife, Althea."
"You have not been invited to come here. You must leave. You will not wander off the trail this time if you know what's good for you. Now go away."
"But it's a matter of life and death. I must—" The door slammed shut in her face. Chapter 22. Jensen stood unmoving with the suddenly closed door inches from her face. She didn't know what to do. At that moment, she was too stunned for any other emotion to yet flood in. From inside, she heard a woman's voice. "Who is it, Friedrich?"
"You know who it was."
Friedrich's voice was nothing like it had been when he had spoken to Jensen. It was now tender, respectful, familiar. "Well, let her in."
"But, Althea, you can't—"
"Let her in, Friedrich." Her voice was scolding without being at all harsh. Jensen felt relief wash through her. The knot of arguments burgeoning inside her as she prepared to knock again melted away. The door opened, more slowly this time. Friedrich gazed out at her, not as a man defeated or reprimanded, but as a man come to face fate with dignity.
"Please come in, Jensen,"
he said in a quieter, more kind-hearted voice. Thank you, Jensen said, in a small voice of her own, somewhat astonished and slightly troubled that he knew her name. She took in everything as she followed him into the home. Despite how warm it was in the swamp, the small fire crackling in the stone fireplace gave the air a sweet smell along with a welcome dry feel. That was the sense of it, more than heat. Dryness. The furnishings were simple but well made and embellished with carved designs. The main room had only 2 small windows on opposite side walls. There were rooms to the back, and in one of them a workbench lined with orderly tools sat before another small window. Jensen didn't remember the house, if indeed this was the same place. Her memory of coming to Althea's home was more of an impression of friendly faces than an actual memory of a place. The walls, decorated with things for her eyes to feast upon, seemed familiar. As a child, she would have noticed such visual treats. There were carvings of birds, fish, and animals everywhere, either hanging by themselves or grouped on small shelves. That would be the most captivating to a small child. Some of the carvings were painted, some left plain, but the feathers, scales, and fur had been carved with such fine texture that they looked like animals magically turned to wood. Other carvings were more stylized and beautifully gilded. A mirror on one wall down low was framed with a starburst, each ray alternately gilded gold and silver. Toward the fireplace, a large red and gold pillow sat on the floor. Jensen's eye was drawn to a square board with a gilded grace upon it sitting on the floor before the pillow. It was just like the grace she often drew, but this one, she knew, was real. Small stones rested in a pile to the side. In a beautifully made chair, with a high back and carved arms, sat a slight woman with big dark eyes made all the more striking by golden hair flecked through with gray. The fall of hair surrounded her face and swept down to lie upon her shoulders. Her wrists rested over the arms of the chair, while her long, slender fingers gracefully traced the curve of the spiral carved in the end. "I am Althea." Her voice was gentle, but carried a clear ring of authority. She didn't get up. Jensen curtsied. "Mistress, please forgive my bursting in uninvited and unexpected like this." "Perhaps uninvited, but not unexpected, Jensen." "You know my name?" Jensen realized too late how foolish the question sounded. The woman was a sorceress. There was no telling what her powers could discern. Althea smiled, and a pleasant look it was on her. "I remember you. One does not forget meeting one like you." Jensen wasn't sure what that meant, but said, "Thank you anyway." The smile on Althea's face widened, crinkling her eyes. "My, but you look just like your mother. Were it not for the red hair, I would think I had flown back in time to when I saw her last, when she was just the age you are now." She held a hand out level before her. "And you were only this big." Jensen felt her face going as red as her hair. Her mother had been beautiful, not just wise and loving. Jensen didn't believe she could compare to such an attractive woman, or ever live up to the kind of example her mother set. "And how is she?" Jensen swallowed. My mother is gone." In anguish, Jensen's gaze sank to the floor. "She was murdered." "I'm so sorry," said Friedrich, standing behind her. He put a hand to her shoulder in sympathy. "I truly am. I knew her some from the palace. She was a good woman." "How did it happen?" Althea asked. "They finally caught up with us." "Caught up with you?" Althea's brow twitched. "Who?" "Why, the Daharan soldiers. Lord Ral's men." Jensen drew her cloak back, showing them both the handle of the knife. "This came from one of them." Althea's gaze took in the knife, then returned to Jensen's face. "I'm so sorry, dear." Jensen nodded. "But I have to warn you. I went to see your sister, Lethea." "Did you see her before she died?" Jensen stared in surprise. "Yes, I did." Althea shook her head with a sad smile. "Poor Lethea. How was she?" I mean, did she have a good life? I don't know. She had a nice house, but I only saw her briefly. I got the impression she lived alone. I went to her because I needed help. I recalled my mother mentioning the name of a sorceress who had helped us, but I guess I got the names wrong. I ended up at your sister's. She didn't even want to talk to me. She said she could do nothing, that it had been you who had helped me before. That's why I had to come here.
How did you get in? Friedrich asked, as he gestured to the path out front. You must have wandered off the path.
Not that way. I came from the back way. Now even Althea frowned. There is no back way. Well, there was no path as such, but I made my way through. No one can come in from that side, Althea insisted. There are things back there that ward that side. I know. I had a run-in with a huge snake.
You saw the snake? Friedrich asked.
Jensen nodded. I stepped on it accidentally. I thought it was a root. We had a time of it, and I had a swim. They were both peering at her in a way that made Jensen nervous. Yes, Althea said, sounding unconcerned about the snake, waving a hand as if to brush away such petty news. But surely you had to see the other things. Jensen looked from Friedrich's wide eyes to Althea's frown. I never saw anything but the snake. The snake is just a snake, Althea said, dismissing the fearsome beast with another impatient wave of her hand. There are dangerous things back there. Things that would let no one through. No one. How in the name of creation were you able to get past them? What sort of things? Things of magic, Althea said in a grim tone. I'm sorry, but all I can tell you is that I got through, and I never saw anything but the snake. She frowned toward the ceiling as she thought again. Although I did see things in the water. Dark things under the water. Fish, Friedrich scoffed. And in the bushes. I saw things in the bushes. Well, I didn't see them exactly, but I saw the bushes move, and I know something was in there. They remained hidden, though. These things, Althea said, do not hide in bushes. They fear nothing. They hide from nothing. They would have come out and torn you apart. I don't know why they didn't, Jensen said. Her gaze darted out through the window at the side of the stagnant expanses of murky water beneath a shadowy tangle of vines, feeling a pang of worry about her return journey. With Sebastian's life at stake, she felt frustration at the sorceress's pointless talk about what was in the swamp. After all, she had made it through, so it wasn't as impossible as the two of them wished her to believe. Why do you live out here anyway? I mean, if you're so wise and all, then why do you live out here in a swamp with snakes? Althea lifted an eyebrow. I prefer my snakes without arms and legs. Jensen took a breath and started again. Althea, I came because I'm in desperate need of your help. Althea shook her head as if she didn't want to hear it. I can't help you. Jensen was stunned to have her request dismissed so out of hand. But you must. Really? Please, you helped me before. I need that help again. Lord Rahl is getting closer all the time. I've only just escaped with my life on more than one occasion. I'm at my wit's end and don't know what else to do. I don't even really know why my father wanted to kill me in the first place. Because you are an ungifted offspring. There. You've just spoken the very reason why it makes no sense. I'm ungifted. So what possible threat could I represent? If he was a powerful wizard, what harm could I cause him? What threat could I possibly represent? Why did he want so badly to kill me? The Lord Rahl destroys any offspring he discovers who are not gifted. But why? That he does it is the result, not a reason. There must be a reason. If I at least knew that much of it, I might be able to figure out how to do something about it. She shook her head again. I don't know. It isn't like the Lord Rahl came to discuss his business with me. After I saw your sister and she wouldn't help me, I went back to ask her about that very thing, but she had been murdered by the same men who are after me. They must have feared she could tell me something, so they murdered her. Jensen smoothed her hair back over her head. I'm sorry about your sister, I really am. But don't you see? You're in danger, too, for what you know about it. I can't imagine why they would harm her. Frowning, Althea stared off as she considered. What you're saying, that she might know something, makes no sense. She was never involved in any of it. Lethea knew less than I. She wouldn't have known anything of why Dark and Rahl would have wanted to rid the world of you. She could have told you nothing. Well, even if he thought those of us born without the gift were inferior and just plain worthless, if he wanted to exterminate the runts of the litter, so to speak, why would his son, my half-brother, want just as badly to kill me? I couldn't harm my father, and I can't harm his son, yet Richard, too, sends quads to hunt me. Althea still didn't look convinced. Are you sure they are Lord Rahl's men doing this? I just don't see in the stones. They came into my house. They killed my mother. I saw them. I fought them. They were Daharan soldiers. She drew the knife from its sheath at her belt and held the handle up for the woman to see. One was wearing this. Althea's gaze took it in with care, the way one would look upon anything deadly, but she said nothing. Why would Lord Rahl kill my mother? Why does the house of Rahl want me dead? I don't know the answer. Althea lifted her hands and let them fall back to her lap. I'm sorry, but that's the truth. Jensen went to her knees before the woman. Althea, please, even if you don't know why, I still need your help. Your sister wouldn't help. She said only you could. She said that only you can see the holes in the world. I don't know what that means, but I know it has something to do with all this, with magic. Please, I need help. The sorceress appeared puzzled. And what is it you wish me to do? Hide me, like you did when I was little. Cast a spell over me so that they won't know who I am or where to find me, so they can't follow me. I just want to be left alone. I need the spell that will hide me from Lord Rahl. But it's not just for me. I need it to help a friend, too. I need the spell to hide my true identity so that I can go back into the people's palace and get him out. Get him out? What do you mean? Who is this friend? His name is Sebastian. He helped me when the men attacked and murdered my mother. He saved my life. He brought me here to see you. Your sister said we should ask at the palace where we could find you. He traveled all that way with me, helped me get here, so I could come to see you and get the help I need. We went to the palace to find Friedrich so I could know where you lived, and while we were there, the guards took Sebastian prisoner. Don't you see? He helped me, and because of that, they have him. They will surely torture him. He was helping me. It's my fault he's in this trouble. Please, Althea, I need your help to get him out. I need a spell to hide me so I can go back in and rescue him. Incredulous, Althea stared. Why do you think a spell could accomplish this? I don't know. I don't know anything about how magic works. I just know that I need its help, that I need a spell to hide my true identity. The woman shook her head, as if she were dealing with a complete lunatic. Jensen, what you are envisioning is not how magic works. Do you think I can cast a web, and you will then be able to walk into the palace, and guards will somehow fall under this spell and start unlocking doors for you? Well, I don't know. Of course you don't. That is why I'm telling you that it doesn't work that way. Magic is not a key that opens doors for you. Magic is not something that, poof, spontaneously solves problems. Magic would only compound the problems. If you have a bear in your tent, you don't invite another in. 2 bears will not be better than the one. But Sebastian needs my help. I need the help of magic in order to get him that help. Were you to go in there, as you think, and use some kind of... She waved a hand around as if trying to think of a word to describe it. I don't know, magic dust or something, to open prison doors to get your friend out. What do you suppose would happen? That you two could then go off happily, and that would be the end of it? Well, I don't know exactly. Althea leaned forward on an elbow. Don't you suppose that the people who run the palace would want to know how this happened, so they could prevent it from happening again? Don't you suppose that some perfectly innocent people whose job it is to guard doors there would be in a great deal of trouble for allowing a prisoner to escape, and that they might suffer because of it? Don't you suppose that the palace officials would want their escaped prisoner back? Don't you suppose, since such measures were used to get him out, that whatever threat they feared this friend of yours might represent, after such an escape they would think that he must be even more dangerous than they originally believed? Don't you suppose that some perfectly innocent people might be hurt during the extreme measures taken to apprehend such an escaped prisoner? Don't you suppose they would send out an army and the gifted to comb the countryside before he could get far? Don't you even suppose, the sorceress finally said in the gravest of tones, that a wizard as powerful as the Lord Rahl of all of Dahara might have some decidedly nasty and painfully protracted fatal surprise in store for anyone daring to use a pitiful old sorceress's spell against him, and within his very own palace walls on top of it? Jensen stared at the dark eyes fixed on her. I never thought of all that. You are telling me something I already know. But how can I get Sebastian back? How can I help him? I would suppose you must figure a way to get him out, if he can be gotten out in the first place. But it must be done in a way that takes all that I have said and more into account. Breaking a hole in the wall for him to step through to freedom would bring out the hounds, now wouldn't it? It would bring you trouble much like magic would. You must instead think of a way that convinces them to turn him out on their own. Then they won't be chasing you to have him back. That all made sense to her. How can I accomplish such a thing? The sorceress shrugged. If it can be done, I would wager that you can do it. After all, you have so far lived to grow into a fine young woman, escaped quads, found me, and got yourself in here, now didn't you? You've accomplished much. You must only set your mind to it. But you don't start out by picking up a stick and whacking a hornet's nest. But I can't see how I can do it without the help of magic. I'm a nobody. A nobody, Althea scoffed as she leaned back. She was becoming a teacher, impatient with a student doing poorly on a lesson. You are somebody. You are Jensen, a smart girl with a brain. You should not kneel before me and plead ignorance, telling me that you cannot do while asking instead for others to do for you. If you want to be a slave in life, then continue going around asking for others to do for you. They will oblige, but you will find the price is your choices, your freedom, your life itself. They will do for you, and as a result you will be in bondage to them forever, having given your identity away for a paltry price. Then, and only then, you will be a nobody, a slave, because you yourself and nobody else made it so. But maybe in this case it's different. The sun rises in the east. There are no special exceptions just because you wish it. I know of what I speak, and I am telling you magic is not the answer. What do you think? If you had a spell that they didn't know you were Darkenral's daughter, then they would fall over themselves to open doors for you? They will open the door of your friend's cell for no one unless they think it should be opened. It would make no difference if there were a spell to turn you into a six-legged rabbit. They would still not open the doors you want opened, just because you are now a six-legged rabbit by the hand of magic. But magic is a tool, not a solution. Jensen reminded herself to remain composed, even though she wanted to seize the woman by the shoulders and shake her until she agreed to help. Unlike with Lethea, she did not intend to lose this chance for that help. What do you mean magic is not a solution? Magic is powerful. You have a knife. You showed it to me. That's right. And when you are hungry, do you wave your knife in someone's face and demand their bread? No. You entice them to give you bread by giving them a coin in exchange. You mean you think they can be bribed? Another sigh. No. Of all I know, I can tell you that they cannot be bribed, at least not in the conventional sense. However, the principle is not entirely without some parallel. When Friedrich wishes bread, he doesn't use his knife to take the bread from those who have it, at least not in the sense of how you wish to use magic. He uses his knife as a tool to carve figures, and then he gilds them. He sells what he made with his knife, and then exchanges that coin for the bread. You see? If he would use the knife, the tool, to directly solve the problem of getting bread, it would do him more harm in the end. He would be a thief and hunted as such. He uses his head instead and uses the knife as a tool to create something with the aid of his mind, thus solving the problem of obtaining bread with his knife. You mean, then, that I need to use magic indirectly? I must somehow use magic as a tool to help me? Althea sighed heavily. No, child, forget magic. You must use your head. Magic is trouble. Use your head. I did, Jensen said. It wasn't easy, but I used my head to come to you to get help. It's a spell I need now as a tool to help me, to hide me. In that way, it will be a tool, as you suggest. Althea looked away into the hearth, watching the wavering flames. I cannot help you in that way. I don't think you understand. I'm hunted by powerful men. I just need a spell to hide my identity, like you did when I was little, when I lived at the palace with my mother. Still, the old woman stared off into the hearth. I cannot do that. I don't have the power. But you do. You've already done it once. A lifetime of frustration, fear, loss, and futility surfaced, bringing with it bitter tears. I didn't travel all this way, suffer all this hardship to have you tell me no. Lethea told me no, told me that only you can see the holes in the world, and that only you could help me. I must have your help, your spell to hide me. Please, Althea, I'm begging for my life.
Althea would not look her in the eyes.
I cannot cast a spell like that for you. Jensen choked back the tears. Please, Althea. I just want to be left alone. You have the power. I do not have what you've invented in your mind for me. I have helped you in the only way I can.
How can you sit here knowing that other people are suffering and dying and not help?
How can you be so selfish, Althea? How can you not help when I need it? Friedrich put a hand under Jensen's arm, lifting her to her feet. I'm sorry, but you've asked what you would. You've heard what Althea has to say. If you're wise, you will use what you've learned to help yourself. Now it's time for you to leave. Jensen pulled away. All I want is the help of a spell. How can she be so selfish? Friedrich's eyes blazed with fury, even if his voice did not. You have no right to speak to us in that manner. You don't know anything about it, about the sacrifices she's made. It's time for you to... Friedrich, Althea said in a soft voice, why don't you make us some tea? Althea, there is no reason you should have to explain any of it, least of all to her. Althea smiled up at him. It's all right. Explain what? Jensen asked. My husband may sound harsh to you, but it's because he doesn't want me to burden you. He knows that some people leave here unhappy with the knowledge I give them. Her dark eyes turned up to her husband. Make us some tea. Friedrich's face twisted with a long-suffering expression before he nodded in resignation. What do you mean? Jensen asked. What knowledge? What is it you are telling me? As Friedrich went to a cupboard and retrieved a kettle and cups, setting the cups on the table, Althea gestured for Jensen to sit on the pillow before her. Chapter 23. Jensen made herself comfortable on the red and gold pillow on the floor in front of the sorceress. Many years ago, Althea began, clasping her hands in her lap atop her black and white print dress. More than you might believe, I traveled with my sister to the old world, beyond the Great Barrier to the south. Jensen decided that, for the time being, it might be best just to keep quiet and learn what she could, rather than bring up what she already knew. that the new Lord Rahl, bent on conquest, had destroyed the great barrier to the south in order to invade the old world, and that Sebastian had come up from the old world to try to find a way to help the Emperor, Jagang the Just, stop the invading Daharans. She thought that maybe if she understood it all a little better herself, then she might be able to come up with a way of convincing Althea to help her. "I went to the old world to go to a place called the Palace of the Prophets," Althea said. This, too, Jensen had heard of from Sebastian. "I have a gift for a very primitive form of prophecy. I wanted to learn what I could about it, while my sister wished to learn about cures and such. I also wanted to learn things about people like you." "Me?" Jensen said. "What do you mean?" "The ancestors of Darkenral were no different than he. They all eliminated any ungifted offspring they discovered had been born. Lathea and I were young and full of fire to help those in need, and also those we felt were unjustly persecuted. We wanted to use our gift to help change the world for the better. While we each hoped to study different things, we both went for much the same reasons." Jensen thought that seemed pretty close to how she felt, and was just the kind of help she was talking about, but she also knew that right then was not the moment to say it. She asked instead, "Why did you have to travel all the way to the Palace of the Prophets to learn these things?" "The sorceresses there are renowned to have experience with many things, with wizards and magic, and most of all with matters to do with this world and with the worlds beyond." "Worlds beyond?" Jensen gestured to the space outside the outer gilded ring on the gray setting, not far away. "You mean the world of the dead?" Althea leaned back as she reflected. "Well, yes, but not exactly. You understand the grace?" Althea waited for Jensen's nod. "The sorceresses at the Palace of the Prophets have knowledge about the interactions of the gift, the veil between worlds, and their interdependent relationships, how it all fits together. They are called the Sisters of the Light." Jensen recalled with a jolt that Sebastian had said that the Sisters of the Light were with Emperor Jagang now. Sebastian had offered to take Jensen to the Sisters of the Light. He'd said he thought they might be able to help her. It had to be that they had something to do with the Creator's light, and especially the gift in the center of the grace. Another thought came to her. "This has something to do with what Lathea said? That you could see the holes in the world, as she called it?" Althea smiled with the pleasure of a teacher seeing a student flirting with discovery. "That's the tip of the tooth. You see, the ungifted offspring of the Lord Rahl, of every Lord Rahl going back thousands of years, are different than anyone else. You are holes in the world to those of us with the gift." "What does that mean exactly, holes in the world?" "We are blind to you." "Blind? But you see me." "Lathea could see me too. I don't understand." "Not blind with our eyes, blind with our gift." She swept an arm out toward Friedrich at the fire with an iron kettle, and then toward the window. "There are living things all around. You see them with your eyes. You see Friedrich and the trees and such, just as I do, just as everyone does." She held up a finger to make her point. "But through my gift I also see them. While our eyes may perceive you, those of us with the gift cannot see you with that aspect of ourselves. Darkenral could not see you any more than I can. Neither can the new Lord Rahl. To those of us with the gift, you are a hole in the world." But, Jensen stammered in confusion, "that makes no sense. He's been hunting me. He sent men after me. They had my name on a piece of paper." "They may hunt you, but only in the conventional sense. They cannot find you with magic. His gift is blind to you. He has to use spies, bribes, and threats to locate you, in addition to his wits and cunning. Were it not so, he might send some magic beast to reap your bones for him and be done with it, instead of sending out men with your name written down on a piece of paper." "You mean I'm already invisible to him?" "No. I know you. I remember your red hair. I recognized you because I remember your mother, and you look like her. I know you in those ways, the ways anybody knows and recognizes someone. Dark and Rawl, were he alive, might recognize you if he remembered your mother. Others who knew him might well see some of him in you, as I do, in addition to your mother's looks. He could know you in all those same ways common to one without the gift. He can find you by ordinary means. Of course, if he or one with the gift were to actually lay eyes on you, they would realize you are an ungifted offspring of a Rawl, because they could see you. But he could not find you with magic. That he cannot do. To those of us with the gift, you are in many ways like everyone else, except that you are a hole in the world. Jensen was frowning. She only realized it when Althea tapped her thumbs together, thinking in response to that face. When I was at the Palace of the Prophets, Althea finally said, I knew a woman there, a sorceress like me, named Addie. She had traveled alone to the old world from a far-off land in order to learn what she could, but Addie was blind. Blind? She could travel alone when she was blind? Althea smiled at the memory of the woman. Oh, yes, with the use of her gift rather than her eyes. All sorceress, all people with the gift have unique abilities. On top of that, in some, the gift is stronger. Like people who have big muscles are stronger than me. Like Friedrich, he is stronger in muscles. You have hair like other people, but yours is red. Some have blonde or black or brown. Despite what things people have in common, each person has different attributes. It's like that with the gift. It's not only different in its aspects, but the power of those aspects differ. With some it's very strong, with some weak. Each of us is an individual. We're all unique in our ability, our gift, the same as you are unique in other ways. And what about your friend Addie? Ah, well, Addie's eyes were completely white, blind, but she had learned the trick of seeing with her gift. The gift told her more about the world around her than my eyes told me. Addie could see people better with her gift than I could with my eyes. Much like when people who don't have the gift go blind, they depend more on their hearing, so they learn to hear more than you or I. Addie did that with her gift. She saw by sensing that infinitesimal spark of the Creator's gift that everything has, life itself and more, creation. The point is that to me, to Dark and Rawl, to Addie, you do not exist. You are a hole in the world. For reasons Jensen could not at first comprehend, terror washed through her. And then the sense of her terror began to take shape. She could feel her eyes filling with tears. The Creator didn't give me life like everyone else? I came to exist in some other way? I'm some kind of monster? My father wanted to have me killed because I'm some monstrosity of nature? No, no, child, Althea said, as she leaned forward and stroked a comforting hand down Jensen's hair. That is not at all what I mean. Jensen tried mightily to contain the new shape of dread. Through watery vision, she saw Althea's concerned face gazing down at her. I'm not even part of creation. That's why the gift can't sense me. The Lord Rawl only wanted to rid the world of an error of nature, an evil thing. Jensen, don't put words where I have not. Listen to me now. Jensen nodded as she wiped under her eyes.
With every ray of sunshine,
just because you're different, that doesn't make you evil.
this quiet moment,
Just what am I then, if not a monster untouched by creation? My dear child, you are a pillar of creation.
Of morning light, a new day can begin.
I said that those with the gift cannot see you with it. I did not say that you don't exist, or that you are not, as the rest of us, a part of creation.
In the glow of this new day, we'll be whole.
Things.
With the sun upon our faces and hope in every heart.
I
In
don't
this
know,
moment of clarity,
but our
a
lack of
brand
knowledge
new
does
start.
not prove
As the
something
world
evil.
comes alive,
An
we'll
owl
dance
can
through
feel
the
something.
day.
Does it make you
Embracing
evil
all
because
the
people
beauty
can't
that
see you
comes
while the owl
already.
can? One person's limitations don't confer weakness on another. It shows only one thing, the existence of limitations. But all the offspring of the Lord Rahl are like this? She considered carefully before answering. The genuinely ungifted ones, yes. Those who are born with at least some tiny aspect of the gift are not. That aspect can be so infinitesimal and unusable that it would not even be recognized to exist by anyone in any other way aside from this one. For all practical purposes, those offspring would be thought of as ungifted, except that they would have this quality that would keep them from being like you, holes in the world. It also makes them vulnerable. This kind of offspring can be found with magic and thus eliminated. Could it be that most of the offspring of Lord Rahl are like that? And those like me, holes in the world, are actually the ones who are more rare? Yes, Althea admitted quietly. Jensen sensed an undercurrent of tension in the single-word answer. Are you suggesting that there is something more to all of this than just that we are holes in the world to the gifted? Yes. That was one of the reasons I went to study with the Sisters of the Light. I wanted to better understand the interrelationship of the gift with life as we know it, with creation. Did you discover anything? Were the Sisters of the Light able to help you? Unfortunately, no. Althea gazed off in reflection. Few, if any, would agree with me, but I have come to suspect that all people, with the single exception of those like you, offspring of a Lord Rahl born wholly without the gift, have this imperceptible spark of magic that, while intangible in every other way, connects them to the gifted, and thus to the greater world of creation. I don't understand what this would mean for me or for anyone else. Althea slowly shook her head. There is more to this, Jensen, than I know. I suspect there is something far more important involved. Jensen couldn't imagine what that could be. How many offspring are born entirely without the gift? As far as I've learned, it's exceedingly rare for more than one offspring of each Lord Rahl to be born with the gift, as we think of it. His seed conceives but one true heir. Althea held up a finger as she leaned forward. But it is possible that while the others are ungifted in the conventional sense, many have this otherwise invisible and sterile spark of the gift, so that they are detected and destroyed before others, like me, know of them. It is entirely possible that those like you are the ones who are truly rare, as is the single formally gifted heir, and that's why you survived for those like me to notice, thus slanting our idea of which kind is rare and which common. As I said, I think there is far more to this than I know or can understand. But of those truly like you, devoid of even this otherwise imperceptible glimmer of the gift, all are pillars of creation, Jensen said sarcastically. Althea chuckled. Perhaps that sounds better. But to the gifted, we are holes in the world. Althea's smile withered. It is so. Were Addie here, blind as she is with her eyes, and seeing only with her gift, were you to stand before her, she would see everything but you. She would be blind to you. To Addie, able to see with the gift only, you would truly be a hole in the world. That doesn't make me feel very good about myself. Althea's smile returned. Don't you see, child? It proves only the limitation. To one who is blind, everyone is a hole in the world. Jensen thought it over. Then it's only a matter of perception. Some people are simply lacking the ability to perceive me in one narrow way. Althea gave her a single nod. That's right. But because those with the gift often use their ability without conscious thought, like you use your vision, it's very disturbing to those with the gift to encounter one such as you. Disturbing? Why is it disturbing? It's troubling when your senses do not agree. But they can still see me, so why do I trouble them? Well, imagine if you heard a voice, but you could see no source for it. Jensen didn't have to imagine that. She understood quite well how troubling that was. Or imagine, the sorceress said, if you could see me, but when you reached out to touch me, your hand passed through me as if I wasn't there. Wouldn't that trouble you? I suppose, Jensen conceded. Is there anything else about us that's different? Other than that we are holes in the world to those with the gift? I don't know. It's exceedingly rare to come across one such as you who is still alive. While it's possible that others exist, and I once heard a rumor that one lived with the healers called the Rogue Moss, I only know of you for certain. When Jensen had been very young, she had visited the healers, the Rogue Moss, with her mother. Do you know the name? Dreffen was the name whispered, but I don't know if it's true. Even if it is, the likelihood of him still being alive would be remote. The Lord Rahl is the Lord Rahl. He is his own law. Darken Rahl, like most of his ancestors, probably fathered many children. Hiding the knowledge of such a child's paternity is dangerous. Few would risk it. So most of your kind were known and immediately put to death. The rest are eventually found. Thinking out loud, Jensen asked, could it be that we're like this as a form of protection? There are animals that have special traits when they're born that help them survive. Fawns, for example, have spots to hide them, to make them invisible to predators. Make them holes in the world. Althea smiled at the notion. I suppose that could be as good an explanation as any. Knowing magic, though, I would expect the reason to be more complex. Everything seeks balance. The deer and the wolves strike a balance. The fawn's spots help them survive, but that threatens the existence of wolves who need food. Such things go back and forth. If the wolves ate all the fawns, then the deer would die out, and the wolves, if they had no other source of food, would also die out, because they had altered the balance between them and the deer. They coexist in a balance that allows both species to survive, but at the cost of some individuals. With magic, balance is critical. What on the surface may seem simple often turns out to have much more complex causes. I suspect that with those like you, an elaborate form of balance is being struck, and that being a hole in the world is merely an ancillary indication. And maybe some of the balance is that, like some fawns are caught despite their spots, some with the gift are able to see me? Your sister said she could see the holes in the world. No, I can't really. I simply learned a few tricks with the gift in much the same way Addie did. Jensen frowned, feeling bewildered again, so Althea asked, can you see a bird on a moonless night? No, if there's not even a moon, it's impossible. Impossible? No, not entirely. Althea pointed skyward, moving her hand as if suggesting something passing overhead. You will see the stars go dark where the bird passes. If you watch the holes in the sky, you will, in a way, be seeing the birds. Just a different way of seeing. Jensen smiled at such a clever notion. So that's how you see those like me? That comparison is the easiest way I can explain it to you. Both, though, have limitations. It only works to see the bird at night if they're flying against a background of stars, if there are no clouds and so on. With those like you, it's much the same. I simply learned a trick to help me see those like you, but it's very limited. When you went to the Palace of the Prophets, did you learn about your ability for prophecy? Maybe that could somehow help with what I need to do. Nothing in relation to prophecy would be of any use to you. But why not? Althea tilted her head forward, as if to question whether or not Jensen had been paying attention. Where does prophecy come from? Prophets. And prophets are strongly gifted with that ability. Prophecy is one form of magic, but the gifted cannot see you with their gift, remember? To them you are a hole in the world. Therefore, prophecy, since it comes through prophets, cannot see you either. I have a wisp of ability for prophecy, but I am no prophet. When I was with the Sisters of the Light, since such things were one of my fields of interest, I spent decades in their vaults studying prophecy. They had been written down by great prophets throughout the ages. I can tell you, both from personal experience and from all that I read, that the prophecies are as blind to you as would be Eddie. As far as the prophecies are concerned, your kind never existed, does not exist now, and never will exist. Jensen sat back on her heels. Hole in the world indeed. At the Palace of the Prophets, I met a prophet, Nathan. And while I learned nothing about those like you, I learned some about my talent. Mostly, I only learned how limited it is. Eventually, the things I learned there came to haunt me. What do you mean? The Palace of the Prophets was created many thousands of years ago, and is like no other place that I know of. A unique spell surrounds the entire palace and grounds. It distorts the way in which those under the spell age. It changed you, then, in some way? Oh, yes, it changes everyone. Aging is slowed for those living under the spell of the Palace of the Prophets. While those outside the palace went about their lives and aged roughly 10 to 15 years, those of us in the palace aged only 1 year. Jensen made a skeptical face. How could such a thing be? Nothing ever stays the same. The world is always changing. The world back in the Great War 3,000 years ago was much different. The world has changed since then. When the Great Barrier to the south of Dahara was put up, wizards were different. They had vast power back then. Darkenral had vast power. No. Darkenral, as powerful as he was nothing compared to the wizards of that time. They could control powers Darkenral only dreamed of. So, wizards like that, with that kind of vast power, all died out? There have been no wizards like them born since? Althea stared off as she answered in a grave tone. Not since that great war has there been one like that born. Even wizards themselves have come to be born less and less often. But for the first time in 3,000 years, one has again been born. Your half-brother, Richard, is such a man. It turned out her pursuer was far more fearsome than Jensen had given him credit for, even in her all-too-vivid imagination. Small wonder that her mother had been murdered and Lord Rawl's men were so close on Jensen's heels. This Lord Rawl was altogether more powerful and dangerous than had been their father. Because this was such an epochal event, some of those at the Palace of the Prophets knew of Richard long before he was born. There was much anticipation over this one, this war wizard. War wizard? Jensen didn't like the sound of that. Yes, there was much controversy as to the meaning of the prophecy of his birth, even to the meaning of the term war wizard. While at the palace, I had a chance on 2 brief occasions to meet the prophet I mentioned, Nathan Rawl. Jensen's mouth fell open. Nathan Rawl? You mean a real Rawl? Althea smiled not only at the memory, but at Jensen's surprise. Oh, yes, a real Rawl. Commanding, powerful, clever, charming, and inconceivably dangerous. They kept him locked away behind impenetrable shields of magic where he could cause no harm, yet he sometimes managed it. Yes, a real Rawl. Over 900 years old he was, too. That's impossible, Jensen insisted, before she had time to think better of it. Friedrich, standing over her, harumphed. He handed a steaming cup of tea to his wife and then passed one down to Jensen. With the question in her eyes, Jensen looked back at Althea. I am close to 200 years old, Althea said. Jensen just stared. Althea looked old, but not that old. In part, this business with my age and how the spell slowed my aging is how I came to have dealings with you and your mother when you were young. Althea sighed heavily and took a sip of tea. Which brings me back to the story at hand, to what you wanted to know. Why I cannot help you with magic. Jensen sipped, then glanced up at Friedrich, who looked about as old as Althea. Are you that age, too? No, he jibed. Althea robbed the cradle for me. Jensen saw the looks that passed between them, the kind of intimate glances between two people who were close. Jensen could see in the eyes of these two that they could read each other's slightest expression. She and her mother had been like that, able to see thoughts in the slightest movement of the eyes of the other. It was the kind of communication she thought was facilitated not only through familiarity, but through love and respect. I met Friedrich when I returned from the old world. I had aged only about the same as Friedrich. I had lived a much longer time, of course, but my body had not aged to show it, because I had been under the spell of the Palace of the Prophets. When I came back, I became involved in a number of things, and one of them was how I might help those such as you. Jensen hung on every word. That's when you met my mother? Yes, you see, the spell at the palace, the spell that altered time, sparked an idea of how I might help those like you. I knew that regular means of casting webs, magic, around your kind never seemed to work out. Others had tried, but failed. The offspring were killed. I struck on the idea instead to cast the web not on you, but on those who came into contact with you and your mother. Jensen leaned forward expectantly, feeling sure that she was finally getting to the core of what might prove to be the help she sought. What did you do? What sort of magic? I used magic to alter people's perception of time itself. I don't understand. What did that do? Well, the only way Dark and Raw could search for you was, as I've explained, by using regular means. I tinkered with those regular means. I made it so that those who knew of you perceived time differently. I still don't understand. What did you make them perceive? Time is time. Althea leaned forward with a cunning smile. I made them think you were just born. When? All the time. Whenever they found out some thread of news about you, as a child fathered by Dark and Raw, they perceived you and reported you as newborn. When you were 2 months, 10 months, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years old, they were all still looking for a newborn, despite how long they had known of you. The spell slowed their perception of time in relation to you alone, so that they were always looking for a newborn baby, rather than a girl growing up. In this way, until you were 6, I hid you right under their noses. That threw everyone's calculations off by 6 years. To this day, anyone who suspected your existence would believe you to be around 14 or so, when you are actually more than 20, because they thought you were a newborn when the spell ended, when you were 6. That's when they began to mark your age. Jensen rose up onto her knees. But that could work. You must only do it again. If you were to cast a spell like that for me now, like you did when I was little, it would work the same, wouldn't it? Then they wouldn't know I was grown up. They wouldn't be hunting me. They would be looking for a newborn. Please, Althea, just do that again. Do what you did once before. From the corner of her eye, Jensen saw Friedrich, now sitting at his bench in the back room, turn away. By the look on Althea's face, Jensen knew that she had somehow said the wrong thing, and precisely what the sorceress had planned on her saying. Jensen realized that this had been a trap of sorts, and she had just talked herself right into it. I was young and masterful in my skill with magic, Althea said. In her dark eyes glimmered the spark of recollection of that grand time in her life. In thousands of years, few had been through the Great Barrier and back. I had studied with the Sisters of the Light, had audiences with their prelate, and with the great prophet. I had accomplished such things as few others had. I was well over 100 years old and still young, with a handsome and charming new husband who believed I could walk to the moon and back if the fancy struck me. I was well over 100 years of age, yet still youthful, with a full life ahead of me, wise with age, yet still young. I was clever, oh, so clever, and powerful in my gift. I was experienced, knowledgeable, and attractive, with many friends and a circle of people who hung on my every worldly pronouncement. With long, graceful fingers, Althea pulled up the hem of her skirt, uncovering her legs. Jensen drew back at the sight.
She saw then why Althea had not stood before. Her legs were withered, deformed, shriveled bones covered with a dry veneer of pallid flesh, as if they had died years ago, but never been buried because the rest of her was still living. Jensen didn't know how the woman could keep from screaming in constant anguish.
"You were 6, the sorceress said in a terribly calm and quiet voice.
When Darkenral finally discovered what I had done. He was a very ingenious man, much more shrewd, as it turned out, than a young sorceress of 100-odd years in age. I only had time to tell my sister to warn your mother before he caught me." Jensen remembered running. When she was little, she and her mother had fled the palace. It had been night. It had been shortly after a visitor had come to their door. In the dark hall there had been whispering. And then they had fled. "But he didn't kill you?" Jensen swallowed. "He showed you mercy. He spared your life." Althea chuckled without humor. It was an empty laugh at encountering a profoundly naive notion. Darkenral did not always believe in simply killing those who displeased him. He preferred instead that they should live a good long time. Death would have been a release, you see. If they were dead, how could they regret? How could they suffer? How could they serve as an example to others? You cannot imagine, and I could not begin to tell you, the terror of such a capture, of the long walk to be taken before him, of what it was like being in the grip of that man, of what it was like to look up into his calm face, his cold blue eyes, and know you were at the mercy of a man who had none. You cannot imagine what it was like to know in that single terrible instant that everything you were, everything you had hoped for in life was about to forever change. The pain was what you might expect, I suppose. Perhaps my legs can partly attest to it. "I'm so sorry," Jensen whispered through her tears, hands pressed over her heartache. "But the pain was not the worst of it, not the worst by far. He stripped me of everything I had, but took for granted. He did to my power, to my gift, worse than he did to my legs. You just cannot see it. You are blind to it. Every day I see it. That hurt. I assure you, you cannot begin to imagine. Even all that, though, was not enough for Darkenral. His displeasure at what I had done to hide you had only begun. He banished me here to this sunken, foul place of hot springs and sickening vapors. He imprisoned me here, filling in about me a swamp with monstrosities created by the very power he had stripped from me. He wanted me close, you see. Several times he visited just to behold me in my prison. I'm at the mercy of those things out there that are given life by my own gift, a gift to which I no longer have access. I could never drag myself out by my arms alone, but even if I were to try, or if I had the help of another, those beasts created from my own power would rip me apart. I can't call them back even to save myself." He left a path in the front so that provisions and supplies could be brought in, so I would be sure to have the things I needed. Friedrich had to build a home for us here because I cannot ever leave. Darkenral wished me a long life, a life I could spend suffering for displeasing him. Jensen trembled as she listened, unable to say anything. Althea lifted a hand to point with one long, graceful finger toward the back room. "That man who loves me had to witness it all. Friedrich was thus condemned to a life of tending to a crippled wife he loved, who could no longer be a wife to him in ways of the flesh." She ran a hand over her bony limbs tenderly, as if seeing them as they once were. "I have never again had the joy of being with my husband as a woman is with a man. My husband never again was able to share and enjoy the intimate charms of the woman he loves." She paused to regain her composure before going on.
As part of my punishment, Darkenral left me with the power to use my gift in the one way which would haunt me every day. Prophecy. Jensen could not help herself from asking, thinking that this must be one thread of possible comfort left to the woman. It's part of your gift. Can't it bring you some joy? Dark eyes fixed on her again. Did you enjoy the last day with your mother the day before she died? Yes, Jensen finally said. Did you laugh and talk with her? Yes. What if you had known that the next day she was to be murdered? What if you saw it all long before it happened, days, weeks, or even years before, knew what was to happen, when, every ghastly detail, saw by the power of your magic the horrifying sight of it, the blood, the agony, the dying? Would that please you? Would you still have experienced that joy, that laughter? Jensen answered in a small voice. No. So you see, Jensen Rao, I cannot help you, not because I am selfish, as you put it, but because even if I were willing, I have no power left to cast you a spell. You must find within yourself the ability to help yourself, the free will to accomplish what you must. Only in that way can you truly succeed in life. I cannot give you a spell to solve your problems. I have spent a good deal of my life suffering for the last spell I cast for you. Were it only me, I would endure it willingly, for I was doing what I believe in. This is the fault of an evil man, not the fault of an innocent child. Yet I suffer each day because it was not just my life forfeit, but Friedrich's too. I might have nothing. He had come up behind Jensen. I have considered each day of my life a privilege because you are in it. Your smile is the sun, gilded by the Creator himself, and brightens my small existence. If this is the price for all of that I have gained, then I paid it willingly. Don't devaluate the quality of my joy, Althea, by minimizing it or trivializing it. Althea looked back down at Jensen. You see, this is my daily torture, knowing what I have not been able to be, to do for this man. Jensen withered, sobbing at the woman's feet. Magic, Althea whispered from above, is trouble you don't need. Chapter 24. Jensen's thoughts were lost in a forlorn fog. The swamp was only there because it was beneath her feet, around her, above her, but her mind was in a more confused and tangled jumble than all the twisted things around her. So much of what she believed had turned out to be wrong. That meant that not only were many of her hopes lost, but her solutions too. Worse yet, Jensen had come face to face with the misery, hardship, and heartbreak her existence had ended up causing others who had tried to help her. Through the tears, she could hardly see her way. She moved almost blindly through the mire. She stumbled at times, crawled when she fell, sobbing in racking agony when she paused, supported by the limb of an old, gnarled tree. It was like the day of her mother's murder all over again. The anguish, the confusion, the insanity of it all, the bitter despair, but this time for Althea's tortured life. Staggering through the dense growth, Jensen grasped vines for support as she wept. Since her mother's death, finding the sorceress and getting her help had given Jensen's life a direction, a goal. She didn't know what to do now. She felt lost in the midst of her life. Jensen wound her way through an area where steam rose from fissures. All about her, angry vapor bellowed as it was unleashed from underground in billowing clouds. She plodded past the stench of the boiling vents and back into the thick growth. Thorny bushes scratched her hands, broad leaves slashed at her face. Reaching a dark pool she vaguely remembered, Jensen shuffled along the ledge, gripping rocks for handholds, weeping as she made her way along the brink. Rock crumbled and came away in her hand. She fought to keep her balance as she snatched for another handhold, catching on just in time to keep herself from falling. She gazed over her shoulder through blurry vision at the dark expanse of water. Jensen wondered if it might be better were she to fall, better to be swallowed into the depths and be done with it. It looked a sweet embrace, a gentle end to it all. It looked like the peace she sought, peace at last. If she could just die there on the spot, the impossible struggle would be over. The heartache and sorrow would be ended. Maybe then she could be with her mother and the other good spirits in the underworld. She doubted, though, that the good spirits took people who murdered themselves. To take a life, except to defend life, was wrong. If Jensen were to give up, all that her mother had done, all her sacrifices, would be for nothing. Her mother, waiting in eternity, might not forgive Jensen for throwing her life away. Althea, too, had lost nearly everything to help her. How could Jensen ignore such bravery, not just Althea's, but Friedrich's, too? Despite how miserably responsible she felt, she could not throw her only life away. She felt, though, as if she had stolen Althea's chance at life. Despite what the woman had said, Jensen felt a sense of burning shame for what Althea had suffered. Althea would be imprisoned in this miserable swamp forever, every day paying the price of having tried to hide Jensen from Darken Rahl. Jensen's mind might have been telling her that it was Darken Rahl's doing, but her own heart said otherwise. Althea would never have her own life back, be free to walk, free to go where she would, free to have the joy of her own gift. What right had Jensen to expect others to help her anyway? Why should others forfeit their life, their freedom, for her sake? What gave her the right to ask such sacrifice of them? Jensen's mother was not the only one to suffer because of her. Althea and Friedrich were chained to the swamp, Lethia had been murdered, and Sebastian was now held prisoner. Even Tom, waiting for her up in the meadow, had set aside earning his living to come to her aid. So many people had tried to help her and paid a terrible price. Where had she ever gotten the idea that she could shackle others to her wishes? Why should they have to relinquish their lives and needs for hers? But how could she go on without their help? Free of the ledge and deep pool, Jensen trudged on through an endless tangle of roots. They seemed to deliberately catch her feet. Twice she fell sprawling. Both times she got up and continued on. The third time she fell, she hit her face so hard the pain stunned her. Jensen ran her fingers over her cheekbone, her forehead, thinking something surely must be broken. She found no blood, nor protruding bone. Lying there among the roots like so many snakes coiled all about her, she felt shame for all the trouble she had brought to people's lives. And then she felt anger. Jensen. She recalled her mother's words, "Don't you ever wear a cloak of guilt because they are evil." Jensen pushed herself up on her arms. How many others might have tried to help those like Jensen, the offspring of a Lord Rahl, and paid with their lives? How many more would? Why should they, like Jensen, not have their own lives? It was the Lord Rahl who bore the responsibility for lives ruined. Jensen, surrender. Would it never stop? Grushdeva, du kalt mischt. Sebastian was only the latest. Was he being tortured that very moment because of her? Was he paying with his life, too, for helping her? Surrender. Poor Sebastian. She felt a pang of longing for him. He had been so good to help her, so brave, so strong. Tu vas mischt, tu vask mischt, grushdeva du kalt mischt. The voice, insistent, commanding, echoed around in her head, whispering the words that made no sense. She staggered to her feet. Could she never have her own life, not even her own mind? Must she always be pursued by Lord Rahl, by the voice? Jen, leave me be! She had to help Sebastian. She was moving again, putting one foot in front of the other, pushing vines and leaves and branches aside, cutting through the underbrush. The thick mist and dense canopy of leaves made it dark as dusk. She had no idea how late in the day it was. It had taken a lot of time to reach Althea's place. She had been there a long time. For all Jensen knew, it might be near dusk. At best, it could be no earlier than late afternoon. She had hours left before she made it back to the meadow where Tom waited. She had come for help, but that help had been an illusion invented in her own mind. She had relied on her mother her whole life, and then she had expected Althea to help her. She had to accept that it was up to her to do what was necessary to help herself.
Jensen, surrender.
No! Leave me alone! She was so very tired of it all. Now she was angry, too. Jensen plunged onward through the swamp, splashing through water, stepping along roots and rocks where they were available. She had to help Sebastian. She had to get back to him. Tom was waiting. Tom would take her back. But what then? How was she going to get him out? She had depended on Althea to help her with some kind of magic. Now she knew there could be no such help. Panting from the effort of running through the swamp, she halted when she came to the expanse of water where the snake had been before. Jensen gazed out at the silent, still expanse of water, but didn't see anything. No roots that were really a snake protruded above the surface. It was getting gloomy. She couldn't tell if anything lurked in the dark shadows beneath leaves drooping over the banks. Sebastian's life hung in the balance. Jensen waded into the water. Halfway in, she remembered that she had promised herself that she was going to take a staff to help keep her balance when she returned through the open water. She paused, debating whether or not she should go back to cut a staff. Going back was just as far as going on, so she kept going. Feeling with her feet, she found a firm bottom of roots, real roots, and stepped carefully along them. Surprisingly, as long as she stayed on the roots, the water came up only to her knees, and she was able to hold up her skirts to keep them dry as she waded through the murky water. Something bumped her leg. Jensen flinched. She saw the flash of scales. Her foot slipped. She saw with heady relief that it was only a fish darting away. Trying to get her balance, to regain her footing, Jensen stepped heavily into the bottomless black depths. She only had time for a short gasp before she was under the water.